I now call to order the regular session meeting of the Board of Commissioners of the City of Tarpon Springs on Tuesday, June 28th, 2022 at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Here.
Vice Mayor Lutt?
Here.
Commissioner Carr?
Here.
Commissioner Eisner?
Here.
Commissioner Kuyas?
Here.
Tonight's invocation will be given by Reverend Janet Tunnell, All Saints Episcopal Church. If we can all rise, and then after the invocation, turn and pledge allegiance to the flag.
O God, you have bound us together in common life. Help us in the midst of our struggles to confront one another without hatred or bitterness, and to work together with mutual forbearance and respect. Send down upon those who hold office in this city of Tarpon Springs the spirit of wisdom, charity, and justice, that with steadfast purpose they may faithfully serve in their offices to promote the well-being of all people. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we're going to go to public comments, and I'm going to ask anyone in the audience who has a public comment to make on anything that's not on this evening's agenda. Please come forward, state your name and address.
Margot Leiser, 514 Ashland Avenue. My public comment tonight is about integrity. The word itself means the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles. Proverbs 28:6 says it's better to be poor whose walk is blameless than the rich that ways are perverse. Integrity is the one thing you cannot afford to lose. Integrity is the one of the few things in life that cannot be taken from you. You can only give it away. Without integrity, you become nothing. After losing integrity, can you get that back? The answer is yes. It will take a lot of work, seeking forgiveness from those you've done wrong, working to correct the wrong, slowly rebuilding trust, and perhaps the hardest is forgiving yourself. Every dawn gives us opportunities to right the wrong and to continue to walk the walk. Today is the day to right the wrong. Today is the day to do the right thing. Remember, wisdom is knowing the right path to take. Integrity is doing it. Thank you.
Good evening. David Ballard Geddes Jr. I live on Georgia Avenue, Palm Harbor, down by Pop Stancil Park. The Declaration of Independence starts off by saying, when in the course of human events, to dissolve political connections and assume separate but equal stations. The preamble to the Constitution, in effect, references we the people, stating our posterity. So when in the course of human events it becomes necessary to dissolve this political connection and assume as powers of the earth this political connection in its posterity as assumed, a second constitution is revealed as water jurisdictions as its power of the earth. The Declaration of Independence at that point would be seen as counterfeiting itself as posterity to this Constitution, calling this Constitution an arbitrary government. It states a long train of usurpations to eat us out of our subsistence, to ravage the coasts, and to burn down the town. Last meeting, we had an ethics violation relative to a situation regarding damages as a result of a fire of a house that had burnt down. If I was to elevate the structure of such case and the dismissal of one of your commissions on an ethics violation is not the Declaration of Independence as revealed in this context, as counterfeiting itself, as preamble to Hamilton's second constitution. Is this not also an ethics violation, clearly stating to burn down the towns? Would the Declaration of Independence at that point be a dismissible document as revealed as counterfeiting itself in such light? Thank you.
Mr. Geddes, you still have 2 minutes left. I don't know where that binging is coming from. Is that what you were thinking, that your time was up?
Oh, Mayor, no, I just
You were
didn't-
done?
I know you have a long night tonight,
Okay.
and I wish not to
Thank
ramble
you.
on. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes.
Hello, Board of Commissioners. My name is Zachary Bouchard. I am a student at St. Petersburg College. I'm here today to discuss the Tarpon Springs Hotel as part of my case study project under the Public Policy Administration program. At first, I had some issues on the hotel, and I was not in favor of it. That it would make traffic worse, and that it may detract from the historic charm of the sponge docks. Having thought of it as both a resident of Tarpon Springs as well as a student of St. Petersburg College, I seem to approve of it, but I do have some issues to share with the Board of Commissioners. Some of my concerns are due to its construction. The sponge docks are in a low elevation area, which is about less than 3 feet, which is prone to flooding. Or that its aesthetic may not be in line with the rest of the sponge docks area. I also believe that there may be a future issue with increased tourism because it will create more traffic and ensuing higher prices for businesses. However, there may be a reduction in prices from businesses trying to attract more customers from tourism. Another issue that I have is a potential uptick in crime, as unfortunately, people tend to prey on tourists near hotels. The potential for increased traffic could cause congestion on the roads, especially in the downtown area, which could pose a danger to pedestrians, especially around our local events, like First Friday and Second Saturday, as well as other local events like the Epiphany. Despite these concerns, I do believe the potential for increased tourism will be good for Tarpon Springs and our businesses. Tourism could be a boon to the local economy and help bring more attention to our beautiful city and our lively sponge docks. I believe that it would interest the Board of Commissioners to focus on how it will affect the community and our local businesses. Additionally, I would suggest that the ideas be implemented to help ease traffic and traffic congestion, as the streets of the sponge docks are a 2-lane road, and the added traffic from tourism will no doubt create a situation that will be worse for the pedestrians and our local businesses. Unless, however, something is done about it to help protect the pedestrians and our local businesses, to help reduce traffic. And such of these ideas would be stop signs or speed bumps in the entrances to the sponge docks and local downtown areas, like speed bumps. I'd also suggest that detour signs be made available during local events to help reduce traffic. Perhaps there could be some sort of citywide poll on the topic through an email or mailed to our houses or something such as that, like a survey. I believe that the hotel could be a great thing if done correctly. Thank you for letting me speak on this topic. That is all my time.
Before I state my name, I'd like to acknowledge that I have some people willing to donate their minutes. Annie Samarcos, Mother Yaya Sylvia, and Wendy Crusado. Oh, Brian Crusado, sorry. One of 2 Crusados will be donating time.
I believe you're going to have, I believe it's just 6 minutes total, is that correct? 4 minutes plus 2, Mr. Roboski.
Oh, we did away with the 10, did we? Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So I want to make it clear that I'm talking about the same 74 acres and that are on the Anclote River, that the other item is on this agenda, but this is not on the agenda. This is the letter that I know you've received. It's a settlement letter from Mr. Clay Colson in his lawsuit against the city because the city violated its own comprehensive plan. Now, I happen to know that you've been getting some really bad advice from the city attorney He may have told you that this is not a settlement offer, even though it clearly is a settlement offer. But what he didn't tell you is, he might have said, oh, there's this process you have to go through to make a real settlement. That process only involves when there are attorney's fees and or any sort of compensation demanded. None of that is in here. Clay Colson is simply asking for the city to admit that it was at fault and it granted that development order illegally. Walk away. He's also asking for his First Amendment rights to be returned. Interesting, you should ask your attorney, to explain why he said that that wasn't a legitimate settlement, when the city could settle at any time in any way it wants. You could approach him. You could approach this group. You don't have to wait. That would make tonight's issue moot. Even tonight, you could just say, hey, wait a minute, why would we even want to do this thing that's on the agenda when we could just settle this thing and walk away? The other thing you might want to ask your city attorney, you might want to ask him to put it in writing. Why is it he always talks to you guys on the phone? Why don't you get his opinions in writing? I don't know, it seems kind of suspicious, doesn't it? Because, then if it's in writing, that might be used against them in court. So what Clay wrote here, in spite of my dislike for your actions, I do not want to harm the city or burden the taxpayers with your continued legal expenses. So I'm proposing to settle all claims and actions that I have against the city. If the city will admit that the development order at issue in this action violated city's comprehensive plan, was improperly approved, it will vacate such development order without prejudice to the Morgan Group to submit proposed development which is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, which means they can come back. They have another shot at it. Just do it right. But also, Clay asked the city to respond to this motion about that the city actually put in writing, saying that the city took a stand against Clay's First Amendment rights to record his own hearing. Now, the city attorney, all he had to do was say no objection. Ask yourself, why would the city attorney spend the city's taxpayers' money to file something with the DCA saying that the city of Tarpon Springs doesn't think that Mr. Colson should be able to record a hearing? Oh, my word. Why would he do that? Unless they have something to hide. There's no reason to violate somebody's First Amendment right to record their own hearing, unless you have something to hide. Or maybe you just wanted to bill the city for more money. I don't know what it is. Or maybe you wanted to help the Morgan Group. I don't know. I wish I did. But you guys should ask them and ask them to put it in writing. Did you guys say, hey, go out there and say that this guy doesn't have First Amendment rights? Because guess what? Clay is asking here, he wants you to also settle on that. So the motion for rehearing for Second District's Court improperly entered order, which effect that the city withdraws in opposition to my petition to allow me to exercise my First Amendment right to record legal proceeding, and agrees that all people have the First Amendment right to gather news, including by recording legal proceedings. This offer is valid for 30 days and will automatically be revoked if you take any action which indicates you do not accept my settlement offer. So the interesting thing here is Clay wasn't even asking for $1, which I asked him to do. But he wanted this to be pure. He didn't want any money. He's not about money. He wants to save the river, save the land, save the planet. What's happening here? Something's going on. Something wrong. You could end this thing by settling either with Clay or the other group and walk away. Now, they're going to threaten you with, $20 million lawsuits. Guess what? That man right there and his partner, his law partner, just set you up for a multi-million-dollar lawsuit because now Clay can sue the city for millions of dollars for violating his First Amendment right. Now, he's not about money or being vindictive, but he might want to set a precedent saying, hey, maybe people do need to realize that the state of Florida has said that you can record. That supersedes any rule that he was trying to spin against you guys, trying to say, we were saying, Clay couldn't record. He just needed to follow procedure. If that was true, he would have brought that up at the hearing, which he did not. They filed this with the court after the fact. The judge didn't even bring it up. The judge said, no, you're not allowed to record. End of story. That violates the rules. That's BS. She didn't bring up any procedure. And that procedure, which is a local rule, is superseded by the Florida state ruling. And that is superseded by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. So you guys will lose if Clay chooses to sue the city for millions of dollars. And I guarantee that there is a jury in federal court that will see it his way. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Grabowski.
Good evening, Board of Commissioners and Mayor. I'd just like to bring forth, so the community will know, we've lost a very good friend, Tarpon. George Babotas, who was a commissioner, passed away. He was a favorite son of our city and our community, and one of the finest commissioners we've ever had. And we should say prayers and ask God to bless him. He was sick for quite a long time, but he was one of the finest, most honest commissioners in the 70s and 80s that Tarpon's ever had. And we wish his family well, and we wish them a lot of blessings on the death of a husband and a father. Thank you. And Mr. Trask, I think you're one of the finest attorneys we've had. And it's nice to be able to get up here and trash you, but that gentleman is not an attorney or a Supreme Court judge.
Hello, Commissioners and Mayor Cousins and Commissioners of Tarpon Springs. Brad Poundsler with St. Ignatius Church. I just want to say one thing. We asked you to have string some lights on alternate 19 from maybe past the bridge all the way to the holiday thing, so people at night can walk there or ride their bikes and then back behind the building. We wish you blessings from St. Ignatius. And it is mentioned that Pastor Monsignor Joe Pellegrino, 50 years of service. Thank you for service. If you could string lights behind alternate 19 so at night people can ride bikes and behind the building so women and children can be safe. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
I'll just keep it short. I have, I would like the City Commission to consider.
Ma'am, may I have your name and address, please?
I'm sorry.
For the record.
Marion Lindsay, 232 Lotus Drive, Safety Harbor, Florida.
Thank you.
I had emailed the commission regarding adoption of a resolution to support the right to clean water. And the other thing I wanted to quickly mention is that I'm deeply concerned about the state preemptions and the erosion of home rule. And I would like the City of Tarpon Springs and any municipality to deal with that situation with all the state preemptions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor. Barbara Walker, 3019 Bradford Circle, Palm Harbor. Thank you so much for hearing me tonight. I'd like to talk to you about some situations that I've recently dealt with in the city of Safety Harbor and the city of Dunedin with some great horned owls that were killed due to secondary rodenticide poisoning. I would like to tell you that rodenticide is this century's DDT. And what happens when the rodents go through a bait trap that have poison, they're then picked up by owls, bald eagles, and hawks. And every bird that I have sent in that had any questionable cause of death to the Bronson lab at Kissimmee came back positive for rodenticide. The city of Safety Harbor pulled every rodenticide box in the city. If Tarpon Springs uses rodenticide, I'm asking that you pull every rodenticide box in the city as Safety Harbor did. And they also passed a resolution to ask that people not use rodenticide within the city limits of Safety Harbor. So if you could think about that, I would greatly appreciate it, and so would the birds and the wildlife. It is unfortunate, but when we actually kill the top predators, then what happens is the rats are multiplying faster. So every bit of poison that's out there is actually making the problem worse. And I urge any of you that have questions about this to please contact me. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. More, no.
Good evening. I'm Annie Dams at 803 South Distance Avenue. First, I'd like to share this passage from John 15:16. It says, "Ye have not chosen me, but I have chosen you, that ye should go forth and bring fruit, and that your fruit shall remain, that whatsoever ye ask of the Father in my name, he may give it to you." In this passage, Jesus is explaining to his disciples that he has chosen us to do a job. In many cultures, a person would choose his own teacher. However, in this case, Jesus is the teacher, and he has made it clear that these disciples were chosen by the teacher himself instead. This applies to all of us today. Christ has chosen us. We didn't choose him. Not only has he chosen us, he has ordained us to be fruitful, meaning that we are to be productive and successful. It says in spreading the gospel, but in everything that we do, in our work here in Tarpon Springs for the betterment of Tarpon Springs and its citizens. We were set apart for this purpose. Christ expects this fruit to be permanent with every good works we can do for Tarpon Springs and its citizens. When we bear good fruit this way, the consequences are our prayers will be answered by God. Christ tells us that whatever we ask in his name will be done. This is an encouraging promise that both give us validation and shows us our purpose in this life. Life is full of mysteries, but as it proceeds, surely the most amazing thing in it is Christ's unshakable trust in ordinary people. And this after ye have repeatedly faltered and failed him. You didn't choose me, but I choose you and appointed you that you should go and bear fruit, and your fruit shall abide. And I'll close with this.
I think that was your time, Ms. Dabbs. Would you like to take another 10 or 15 seconds to wrap up?
Yes,
Please
thank you.
do.
Lord, I thank you for choosing me and adorning me. Help me to help with the programs of Tarpon Springs in such a wide way that it will make an eternal impact on people's life. I thank you that you would hear and answer my prayer as I pray in Jesus' name. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dabbs. Mr. Dacus.
I guess everybody didn't expect all this religion tonight, but it's an interesting topic. 514 Ashland Avenue, Tarpon Springs, Peter Lacus. Chosen. Interesting she chose that passage. Because all of you up there have been chosen to bear fruit. As you heard about integrity, wisdom, righteous. So, my reading for tonight, Psalm 97, which I had picked out before I knew about all this stuff, but it seemed it kind of goes with it. Let me just get it up here. My Bible's getting worn out. The Lord reigns. Let the earth be glad. Let the distant shores rejoice. Clouds and thick darkness surround him. Yet righteousness and justice are the foundations of his throne. Fire goes before him and consumes his foes on every side. His lightning lights up the world, and the earth sees and trembles. The mountains melt like wax before the Lord all of the earth. The heavens proclaim his righteousness, and all the peoples see his glory. All who worship images are put to shame. And my aside, money is one of those images that God frowns upon. Those who boast in idols worship him, all those gods. Zion hears and rejoices, and the village of Judah are glad because of your judgments, O Lord. For you, O Lord, are the most high over all the earth. You are exalted far above all other gods. Let those who love the Lord hate evil, for he guards the lives of his faithful ones. He guards your lives and delivers them from the hand of the wicked. Light is shed upon the righteous, and joy on the upright in heart. Rejoice in the Lord, you who are righteous, and praise his holy name. Tonight is your chance to trust your conscience, your knowledge, your integrity, your righteousness, and your beliefs. May God bless you in your decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dacus. Anyone else for public comments? Okay. There are none. Let me go to the remote access. Mr. Jump, do we have anyone for public comments?
If anyone online would like to talk on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. We will unmute the next Zoom attendee. Zoom attendee, you are unmuted. Please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you. Sharon Landrum, 45 West MLK, Tarpon Springs, 34689. I would like to thank the mayor and the Board of Commissioners for their time and service to our city. I would also like to make a couple of comments. One is on the condition of the sidewalk around Spring Bayou in Craig Park. I try to follow what is going on with the renovation of that, but this is something I've enjoyed as a resident. I live near the bayou. I walk or ride my bike there on a very regular basis. A couple of days ago, we rode our bikes down in the morning and were greeted by a dolphin jumping out of the water right there in the bayou. But the condition of the sidewalk has become deplorable. And so I hope that the city will find the funds to repair the seawall so that visitors and residents can enjoy the walkway around the bayou. And of course, I've been there for Epiphany, and it's just so sad that it's blocked off and in such disrepair. So I will continue to follow that. I'd also like to bring to the attention of the commission that I am one of the residents that totally oppose the development at the 74 acres on the Anclote River. And I know that a vast majority of the residents here in Tarpon Springs oppose that. I know you have a heavy weight on your shoulders tonight, so I would just like to thank you for your knowledge and your consideration, and I just appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landrum. Just for information for everybody regarding the sidewalks around Spring Bayou, I was notified yesterday by actually Congressman Bilirakis that we had requested $4 million. I was going to save this till the end of the meeting. We'd requested $4 million from him, and he actually did an earmark for us in the congressional budget. We survived the Appropriations Committee, and we now have $2 million in the House budget for repairing the sidewalk. So it looks very promising. We're not out of the woods yet, but pretty close to it. So we'll get started on those sidewalks as soon as we can. I understand everybody's frustrated with it. Thank you. Or any other public comments?
We will unmute the next Zoom attendee.
Zoom attendee who has their hand raised, you have an older version of Zoom that is incompatible with ours. You'd have to update your device in order for it to run with us.
Oh my goodness.
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trump. We don't have any emails to be read in the record. We have 3 for item number 9 later, but none for this part. So let's move on to the consent agenda. And we have 7 items on that. Number 1, attorney's fees, Johnson Jackson, invoice 9494. Number 2, award file number 220138-C-AS, access control, security upgrades. Number 3, ratify selection of pre-qualified vendors for RFQ number 220082-S-JL, reverse osmosis water facility. Number 4, extend file number 180023-C-RS, fire equipment. Number 5, award file number 220139-C-JL, security equipment system services. Item 6, award file number 220146-N-AS, single source purchase of citywide internet and related services. Number 7, authorize city manager to send email requesting rollover of public library construction grant. Are there any commissioners that'd like to pull any of the items off the consent agenda? I hear none. May I have a roll call? I'm sorry, may I have a motion and a second, please?
Second.
Are there any public comments concerning this item? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments for this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Are there any commission comments on any of the items? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Okay, let's move on to the special consent agenda. We have an appointment of the commissioner to Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council. Just for information, the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council brings together governments to coordinate planning for the community's future. The areas that are involved are actually 6 counties: Citrus, Hernando, Hillsborough, Manatee, Pasco, and Pinellas. And also the primary duties of the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council is to maintain the future of the region, strategic regional policy plan for the Tampa Bay region. It's a very important organization, and we do have a seat in that organization, and the information is very valuable to the city, and also whoever gets designated as a representative will get excellent experience meeting people and also working on another strategic planning process, which I think is always an opportunity to look to. Are there any commissioners interested in this? Any volunteers?
The mayor should do that. I'll volunteer.
You'll volunteer, Mr. Okay, Vice Mayor Lund has volunteered. Is there anyone else?
Mayor, I think you'd be a great person for this position.
Pardon me?
I think you would do well in this position as the mayor of the city. I think it would serve you well to serve on the board there and have your representation.
Well, you're talking about me.
Correct.
Okay. Well, this is no secret. I'm here for 3 years. I don't have any aspirations of moving on to higher office or getting involved in the county. You younger individuals here are doing an excellent job. I think you need to get educated more and more in what you can do with government around the Tampa Bay area, as well as what we do here at the city and the county. So I would defer to one of you younger individuals to take this, who may be a commissioner in the future as well as you are now. So I'd like to thank you for that, Commissioner Carr, but I'm sure my wife's got other plans for me after 3 years. So I'd like to have a motion nominating Vice Mayor Lunt for the position on the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council.
A motion to make Vice Mayor Lunt for the commission position.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Are there any public comments on this? Mr. Lunt, any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. Any commissioner comments?
Mayor, I would have been interested in that position, but I do have my hands full with the Homeless Leadership Alliance, so I hope everyone can understand. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you. Maybe in a year or two. Okay. Mr. Commissioner Eisner.
And I was just installed as the president of the Sunset Rotary Club, so I would love to, but my hands will be full as well, and I know he's going to do a much better job.
Okay.
And I don't know who you were speaking to when you said much younger, because that's not my style, but thank you.
Hey, 1 or 2 years is better than where I am, so, okay. Let's have a roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes, and thank you, Vice Mayor Lunt. Okay, let's move on to item 9. Let me get to that. There are 3 parts to this item. It surrounds a motion that was brought to us from the concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs concerning the Anclote Harbor Apartments project. I'm going to ask our city attorney to explain what this is and also give us a little background on it so everyone here understands what it's for.
Thank you, Mayor. As you know, on April 25th of this year, concerned citizens filed its amended petition for writ of certiorari. The amended petition, after it had been filed, had been responded to by the Morgan Group, and that matter is currently pending in the Circuit Court, the Appellate Division. There has been no decision by the court as of yet. There may be more briefs that will be filed shortly. I'm not really sure where Morgan Group is at on filing a reply brief, or I'm sorry, concerned citizens filing a reply brief. In the meantime, concerned citizens is concerned with the project moving forward. They have filed a motion to stay. That motion to stay is similar to the motion that was filed back in December and denied by the Board of Commissioners. This motion to stay requests a couple of different things of the commission. And I'm just going to read from a portion of the pleading that they had filed. It is in your packet. This is from the motion to stay that was filed on June the 6th. As such, concerned citizens respectfully request the commission, as the lower tribunal in this proceeding, number 1, stay the enforcement of Resolution 2021-52, Ordinance 2021-15, and Resolution 2021-60. I'm going to label those as the development orders. And number 2, stay the issuance of any building permit, tree removal permit, certificate of occupancy, or any other permit, contract, land use approval, or any other approval from the city relating to the Enclosed Harbor project until the disposition of the petitions. And that's the petition for writ of cert. Concerned citizens request this motion to be decided by roll call vote at June 14th, a 2022 City Commission meeting at a time certain. Obviously, that did not happen because of the fact that Morgan Group had the opportunity to respond to the petition, and under the appellate rules, they had 15 days to do that. As you know, that in addition to the motion to stay, there was an objection, and the objection and response was filed by the Morgan Group on June 21st. They raised a number of defenses. Those defenses are in the documents that you have in front of you or in the packet. In addition to that, Morgan Group has also filed a motion to recuse, and I know that you're going to get to that, Mayor, in a few minutes.
Right.
The motion is to recuse commissioners from voting on this motion to stay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Trask. There's 3 items, as I mentioned. We're going to take them one at a time. 9A is consideration of waiver of rules of procedure. When we received the motion, this is something I put on the agenda. When we received the motion, there was some communication from our city attorney to the attorneys, giving them basically a procedure, a guideline that we would follow. And then also, I took a look at it, and then the motion to recuse some of the commissioners came in, and I tweaked it to try and create some kind of a script to follow for this evening to make sure it's fair. Then I went back and looked at the verbatim from our meeting in December, which was the first motion to stay. And those procedures were actually passed around the attorneys, but they were not considered publicly by the commission as far as how to proceed in this matter. So I want to cross our T's and dot our I's in this matter, so I created this agenda item, essentially put the guidance that Mr. Trask and I had discussed. There may be something a little different on there, but I don't think it's substantially different, for the commission's consideration, so we could adopt that this evening, and so there would be no questions as far as what procedure we followed. This is a regular consent item. Is that right, Mr. Trask?
It's special consent
Special
agenda.
consent. It's not quasi-judicial, but we're part of an appellate process out of the Florida court system, so it's a little unique in that regard. That's pretty much all I have as far as the backup that I'd like to describe. We've got a little more narrative here, and then also the procedures. I'd like to actually go to public comment. Mr. McLaren, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Mr. McLaren, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with respect to the motion to waive the procedural rules, to the extent that that motion is made that would allow the concerned citizens motion, we believe that motion really is a motion for reconsideration and not a motion for stay. We do not believe that they can or have met the standard for a motion for reconsideration, since this is really just a rehash of the prior motion that was previously denied. So we object to a waiver of the procedural rules to the extent that they would allow consideration of the motion for stay as it's stated, instead of the motion for reconsideration that we believe it is. We respectfully object on those grounds. I did send a letter today, and understand it's last minute, but we just found out about this motion to waive today. So I would appreciate your consideration of our objection and our letter. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. I didn't see the letter that you mentioned, and also I had a little conversation concerning the matter you discussed as well with Mr. Dagnall. So objection noted.
Thank you.
Are there any other public comments concerning this item?
Good evening. Just for the record, my name is Jane Graham. I represent Concerned Citizens. We did not get a copy of the letter from Mr. McLaren that he referenced, and inasmuch as there is a debate of whether this is a motion for reconsideration or a second motion for stay, we believe that that's something that should be decided in the heart of the later discussion. We don't think that that should be decided right now.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graham.
Oh, and to clarify a statement made by City Attorney Trask, we did file our reply in the court on June 13th, and I did actually submit it to the clerk on June 21st for inclusion in your packets. I hope that you received a copy of that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Graham. This is a special consent item. We're not following any rules other than what the Commission's rules are in place for these meetings already. So are there any other public comments?
One-third of the state is going to be concrete. No more times. Oh, I thought this was it.
No, we were speaking of the
The
rules.
motion for the stay.
No, just the rules for a procedure that we
Oh.
would put in place. But I appreciate
So let me
everything that you're
rewind.
saying. If you can wait a while on that.
I'll rewind.
Thank you, Ms. Leisner. Next comment, please.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So yes, in light of your comments that this is consideration of waiver of rules of procedure, I would wholeheartedly advise you to take on whatever rules you see fit, not whatever was put in front of you, well, not whatever was spoon-fed to you. You guys need to do what you feel is best. Follow your hearts. Do the right thing. You don't have to, just because somebody puts something on paper and says, here's the rules you're going to follow, you don't have to do that. So be strong. Thank you.
Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, do we have any comments from remote access concerning this item?
If anyone online would like to talk on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. We do not have any raised hands at this time.
Okay, let's go to, thank you. Let's go to commission comments. Vice Mayor Lunt. Any comments? Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, I just would like some clarification. I mean, procedurally, obviously, this is something that I would like to make sure we're doing this correctly. So if I understand correctly, Mayor, you're saying we do not want to apply any rules of procedure that are in our resolution and would like to use the motion to stay hearing guidance provided by the attorney. Is that right?
We're going to use the procedures as you see them here outlined right after the second page of the backup. Does that help?
Yeah, that helps. So
These are guidelines. I mean, there's going to maybe a little bit of a change a little bit. Mr. Trask, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
I've got another question then, just from
Go ahead.
waiving all the rules. One of the attorneys brought up the reconsideration rule that's in our rules of procedure. Was that the reason to waive all the rules instead of just waiving portion of the rules?
No, I mean, that is a rule that's in there, and the item that I mentioned, which was that particular section, paragraph 7 of Article 3 of the meetings, refers to all the rules.
I understand that, but
I'm not making an exception if that's what you're saying. Basically, it says that by a simple majority vote, the rules can be waived by the city commission.
okay. And then you're proposing the rules be all of them being waived because of the process we're going through tonight as proposed.
If I start cherry picking which is an exception, then we're going to get into a discussion of what's fair and what's not fair. So I do know that there's some issues with regard to not only between the Concerned Citizens Group and also the Morgan Group, but I know our attorney has a difference of opinion concerning that reconsideration, I guess, if you want to call it that.
Okay. I do have some caution about waiving all the rules of procedure in this from our rules that have been in place, adopted by the board in this process. I'll just state that. Thank you.
Okay. Are there any other commission comments? Commissioner Kulyas.
Mayor, from what I understand, that this isn't a quasi-judicial hearing, this is an evidentiary hearing, so facts or newer facts or being able to claim a mistake of facts are supposed to be presented if the motion is granted to be heard, so just wanted to clarify that with the residents.
It's a unique agenda item. Let me put it that way. I understand that. Commissioner Eisner.
Well, I believe that this is not something that you just brought up. You're looking for a motion and a vote on it, so it's not something that you've singled out.
Right.
It's a board vote, so it's not any one person. The other thing that I find interesting is Mr. McLaren brings up the fact that he didn't get notice of this, but from all the hearings I've ever seen, we always could get paperwork right up to the moment that we have the meeting. So it's unfortunate sometimes when that happens, but we've been in a situation where we've had 300+ pages to be read through 2 hours before a meeting. So, I mean, it is what it is, though.
Yeah, well, if it helps, the first motion to stay in December, the commission received a 23-page document to go through from one of these sides, and we were expected to digest that before that evening. So I think this is very minor compared to that. Are there any other commission comments? Roll call, please.
We need a motion. We don't have a motion.
Oh, we don't have a motion, I'm sorry. We have a motion in a second.
Motion to
Mayor, did
approve
you-
item 9A, motion to waive rules of procedures hearing guidance.
I'll second. Oh, I'm sorry. You want it? I'll second.
Mayor, I was just going to clarify before roll call. We do have 3 public comments on item 9. They didn't specifically say
On this
which-
particular item? You
Well,
want to do it on,
they're like all over, so I didn't know if you wanted me to go ahead and read them
Let-
in
let's
general.
go. Let's go ahead and do those now, then, Ms. Jacobs. For the residents that are here, the people that are here, I don't know what these emails. There's a special system that we have in place that residents or anyone else can fill out a form and submit it by 5 p.m., I believe, on the day of the meeting. It doesn't get sent to the commission. These may have, but I don't know that. So I don't know what the content is, so we're going to go ahead and have them read now, even though it may not be specific to item 9A. It may be 9B or 9C. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Jacobs.
The first one is from Sharon McCauley. 226 Short Street, Safety Harbor. Commissioner and Mayor, I'm objecting to this Texas Development Group's attempt to subvert the will of Tarpon Springs residents by trying to silence the officials duly elected by the people to represent them. This corporation has no standing to make this request, as these elected officials are only carrying out their duties as directed by the oath they took. Every member of this board has the obligation to participate in this meeting and come to a decision. This is a democracy, not a dictatorship, run by Menide corporations. The Morgan Group does not own this town, the people do. Sharon McCauley. The next one is from Robert Rockland, 755 North Lake Boulevard. Greetings, Mayor and Commissioners. My thanks again for the ability to comment remotely on matters of great importance to our city and its residents, and a special thanks to Ms. Jacobs for reading it into the record. Regarding the special consent agenda item 9, I respectfully request that the board grant the proposed stay pending appeal as submitted by the concerned citizens. This would allow both the court and the city to use all of their powers and resources to assess the procedural components and true property status at various crucial points in the pathway of this developmental application by the Morgan Group. This due process must be afforded to both the city and its citizens to assure complete integrity and transparency in the prescribed process for both this proposal and future ones to follow. Additionally, the Morgan Group request for recusal of the majority of current sitting commissioners is both disrespectful and contrary to the will of the people who elected them as their representatives. If the Morgan Group desires a true and unbiased opinion of the residents of Tarpon Springs, let them facilitate a proper voter referendum for this land use change. This would allow the will of the people to afforded and exercised in the manner of true democracy. Sincerely, Robert Rockland. And my last one, Mayor, is from Beth Hovid, 1996 Whispering Way. Not a Tarpon resident, but a resident of the county at large. For a while, it appeared that there was not a development project that Tarpon would not consider. In my work with WK Preserve, though the land is currently zoned for 1 house per 2 acres, meaning a maximum of 6 houses on a 13+ acres, if the sale to a developer occurred, they could immediately ask the commission to annex the parcel to Tarpon Springs and be able to create their 91-piece townhome project, stripping the land of all trees. I watched the commission approve a project on the north side of Keystone Tarpon Avenue that, because of its number of home sites, would strip a lovely treed area to create a tree desert to accommodate the 30+ houses that will be built there. I watched as property on Klosterman Road across from the college was stripped and ponds recreated sort of to build high-end housing. Now I'm requesting that the Tarpon commissioners put an end to the deforestation of Tarpon. Anclote Harbor is a beautiful site. Many of your residents and those who surround Tarpon do not want to see the elimination of the trees that will be destroyed by this project, nor the beautiful access to the river. Please delay any destruction of this property until the court suit is settled. Please let the process work itself out before you allow any changes to the environment. Once it has been destroyed, we will never be able to reclaim the nature it has done. Thank you, Beth Hoven. And Mayor, that is all the emails we've received.
Thank you, Ms. Jacobs. Let's go ahead and move on to roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to item 9B, which is the motion to recuse Mr. Armstrong, Mr. McLaren, not sure which one.
Thank you, Mayor Vaticiotis. Again, Scott McLaren, Bank of America Plaza, 600 Cleveland Street in Clearwater. So, given the time constraints, we are going to rely primarily on our written motion previously filed to recuse. We're moving to recuse Mayor Vaticiotis, Commissioners Lunt, Eisner, and Kulyas on the basis of procedural due process. Procedural due process requires, in this or any similar hearing, that the parties, both of them, are entitled to a fair and impartial decision maker. The cases of Gunning versus Equest Leader, 253 Southern 2nd, 646, and H&L Land v. Warner, 258 Southern 2nd, 293. Both of these cases widely cited for the proposition that a contract buyer, such as Morgan in this case, is the equitable title holder of the property. And they have the right to sue, to protect the property. They have the right to seek and execute on entitlements relating to the property. They have the right to pursue and receive permits for the property. That law is crystal clear. It's never been questioned. Concerned citizens and Ms. Graham have conceded this fact by filing their motion to stay to prevent us from pursuing these permits. If my clients did not have the right to pursue the permits, there would have been no need to file the motion for stay. The circuit court in this case, the three-judge panel, has recognized our rights and entitlements. The three-judge panel adopted our arguments on the 3 petitions for writ of cert initially filed by concerned citizens. We argued that the case should be dismissed with prejudice, all of them, and the court agreed with our position. Obviously, if we didn't have the right to the entitlements and to pursue them, the court would have thrown our arguments out. Neither concerned citizens nor the court has ever suggested that Morgan doesn't have the right to pursue permits or development thereunder. So, because Morgan has these property rights and is indeed the equitable title holder under Florida law, Morgan has the right to a fair and impartial board making the decision on concerned citizens' motion tonight. Now, certainly a candidate for political office has the absolute right to run on any platform that they wish to, and they can say whatever they want to during their campaigns. But in this instance, we're now here in this proceeding where our rights as the equitable title holder are being weighed by you, this board. So now we are entitled to a fair and impartial decision maker, this board. The 4 folks that we've asked to be recused, very respectfully, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners Lunt, Eisner, and Kulias, during the campaign did make comments establishing that they were against and objected to our project. Therefore, we feel that that evidences that there is a partiality, not an impartiality, against our project. And so we're very respectfully asking the 4 of you to recuse yourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Ms. Graham, you have the right to file an objection if you'd like.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. My name is Jane Graham, representing Concerned Citizens, 737 Main Street, Suite 100, Safety Harbor. Concerned Citizens opposes Morgan Group's motion to recuse. The motion is actually frivolous, misstates the law, and if you do recuse yourself, you may likely be breaking the law. The rule is mere political bias or an adverse political philosophy is not sufficient to disqualify members of a city commission in this type of vote. This is United States Supreme Court law. That's Hortonville Joint School District Number 1 versus Hortonville Education Association. This is America, where you can state a political position, get elected, and then make good on your promise to the voters. Morgan, in their motion, relies on Seminole Entertainment versus City of Castleberry, but misstates the holding and context. The 5th District in Castleberry cited the Hortonville case for the general rule on saying that mere political bias is not enough, but then distinguished the facts which went beyond mere political bias in that specific case. In that case, an adult entertainment club was in a license revocation hearing and was denied the right to cross-examine the main witness against them, and evidentiary rulings throughout the hearing showed a pervasive bias. Here, it appears Morgan Group is being afforded more than enough of a fair hearing, and the facts are not comparable. On the contrary, local officials are required to vote on all matters before him or her and cannot abstain unless there appears to be a possible conflict of interest pursuant to Florida Statute 286-012. There's a conflict of interest where there's a special private gain or loss, which courts have really interpreted to mean financial interests. Morgan, in their motion, have identified no special private gain or loss of Mayor Vaticiotis and Commissioners Lunt, Koulias, and Eisner in their motion. The mayor and commissioners are required to vote in the motion to stay proceeding and cannot be recused. I have a written motion in opposition and appendix with me, which I will give to the clerk, and I'm asking for permission to submit it. I was not allowed to submit anything in writing for your consideration after June 21st, per the city attorney rules. Morgan filed their motion to recuse on June 21st at 4:51 p.m., so I'm providing copies to you and the clerk for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. We're going to go to public comments. That's included in the rules that we've adopted for this item. Instead of the 4 plus 2, if you find somebody, we're just going to stick with 4. That's what we approved. Thank you, Ms. Leisner.
All right, so Margot Leiser, 514 Ashland Avenue. Again, I'm bringing up integrity. Yeah, as you can tell, he filed a motion late in the day, so they didn't have an opportunity. And you, the people of Tarpon, voted for you. And at this moment, everyone has integrity. No one has jeopardized their oath that they took, which I was here and witnessed, except one person. And that's the person they would like. So that makes you wonder, like, what are you doing? You pick up all these people who have integrity and have walked in the light, and you pick the one that has cast shade on this board. So I don't get it. I believe in you. The people of Tarpon believed in you. We voted for you. We support you. And not one of you have jeopardized your integrity because you hold it sacred, except for one. And that's the one that they want. So that makes me wonder, like, again, we need to stop this and do the right thing. And remember, today is the day to right the wrong, and today is the day to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Leisner. Good evening, Mr. Jones.
Graham Jones, 2056 North Point, Alexis, Tarpon Springs, 34689. The recusal request, in my opinion, is both insulting and improper. The Morgan Group should be ashamed that they're wasting everyone's time with this frivolous attempt to disenfranchise the citizens of Tarpon Springs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So as all of you know, the only commissioner who had to recuse himself was Townsend Tarpon, and that's because his mother was working with the Morgan Group. So his family was making money off of it, and that's the only reason why anyone should have to recuse themselves. In fact, the law states you must vote on issues in front of you if you aren't going to profit financially from a case. So it's interesting that the Morgan Group's attorney brought up Castleberry and completely mischaracterized the law. They cherry-picked one sentence out of there about people having an opinion on that board. But in fact, it was because the mayor of that town disallowed one of their people to testify. And that's why the case was decided the way it was. It had nothing to do with what was in the minds of the commissioners or what they had said publicly or privately. Nothing at all. And the Morgan Group's attorneys have mischaracterized the law so many times. You gotta wonder, is that the best they can do? And how the heck did we get this far? A lot of attorneys mischaracterizing things to boards around here. So you guys are smart enough to figure it out. You know you don't have to recuse yourself. And you know you don't have to take the words of attorneys that are trying to push you around and scare you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rubowski. Next, please.
Do I have to say my name again? Marion Lindsay, 232 Lotus Drive, Safety Harbor, Florida.
I can't hear her.
Speak it.
Pull the microphone down in front of you.
Marion Lindsay, 232 Lotus Drive, Safety Harbor, Florida. It is the City of Tarpon Springs' duty to listen to its citizens and to act on behalf of its citizens to ensure the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens. Mayor Costa and City Commissioners Lund, Eisenhower, and Peter have been elected by citizens of Tarpon Springs to represent their best interests and to inform and to perform their duties. Therefore, as a citizen, I demand that the elected leaders retain their rights to vote on the motion to stay.
Thank you, ma'am. Are there any other public comments?
Julia Bartunik, 2645 Meadowood Drive, Newport Richey, Florida, 34655. And yes, I also am speaking against the recusal of the city council members. I really feel that even a 5-year-old child, if this was explained to them, would see that it is not fair play. It is manipulative. It goes against our justice system. It goes against many set procedures and protocols. And yes, we want to hear the conscience of each and every member of this body representing the citizens of Tarpon Springs and the Anclote River itself. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Susan Kikta, 214 Earl Street, Tarpon Springs. Okay, I don't even know where to begin with this. We have been talking about this property, as we all know, is the Walmart property since 2005. And I know that because myself, as well as some others here tonight, we formed a group called Friends of the Anclote River. So we formed this group to educate our community about that property and why it wasn't a good site for Walmart to build at that time. Then in 2008, I was elected as your city commissioner. And the vote came up for Walmart, to allow Walmart to build. And of course, I was asked to recuse my vote because of my involvement with Friends of the Anclote. And guess what? If you don't recuse your vote, the city's gonna get sued, and I had all this stuff coming at me. Well, I did not recuse my vote. And we did not get sued. Walmart did not sue the city. That would be just bad practice for them. I'm not sure that the Morgan Group owns the property yet. Have they signed on the dotted line? They're saying they're entitled to it, but I cannot find that they have actually closed on this piece of property, and they've signed on the dotted line. So if that hasn't happened, Walmart still owns this property. So where's Walmart asking all of you to recuse again? I don't see them here. But I just ask you, vote with your conscience. You know, and you've heard all of us citizens, what we want. Like I said, what we've done in the past, and myself plus some other commissioners. We didn't recuse our vote, and we were not sued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kitka. Is there any other public comments? Mr. Geddes.
David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia Avenue, Palm Harbor. I question as to the fact that 90% of Pinellas County has been overdeveloped, improperly developed, and in desecration of the ecology and the environment. This particular piece of property having not been developed and still in its indigenous state, I question as to why it hasn't been developed until now. I wonder if there has been some nefarious political intent behind this strategically located keystone location property. Why this this development, the way it's being developed, I don't believe that they are fully disclosing their ultimate end, and there could possibly be ulterior motives within what's being developed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Geddes.
Tim Kafalis, 205 Leafwood Road. Good evening. You have an obligation to the people of Tarpon to vote. None of you have any financial holding in this, and it's already been stated that. I think also the Morgan Group is assuming that because you campaigned against the property being developed, that you're going to vote that way. It's kind of putting the horse behind the cart, because you haven't voted yet. They may well have a right to come after you afterwards, but they're assuming something that they have no way of knowing how you're going to vote if you vote tonight. By asking you to recuse yourself, you're violating the trust that we give you as the commission and the obligation you have to vote. And I think that you need to vote tonight, and otherwise you're going to set an unnecessary precedent in future. People will just get you to recuse, because this is a town of 25-some thousand people. It's a small town, and we all know somebody. We all have neighbors that are going to build a house, and you may have to vote on something to them. You're going to recuse yourself on everything that comes up. The whole idea was that you have no financial gain from this. And if anything, it's probably costing you money, taking you away from your businesses and your careers to be here and to be talking to people meeting after meeting and being harmed by it. But I really think you need to vote tonight and not recuse yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kafalis. Is there anyone else? Mr. Jump, is there any remote access public comments?
If anyone online would like to talk on this item, please raise your hand to be allowed in. We will unmute the next Zoom attendee.
Sharon Landrum, Sharon Landrum, 45 West MLK, Tarpon Springs 34689. This motion, of course, is ridiculous. I only wish that there had been a fair and impartial board when this issue first came before the city, when they asked for variances and changes, and they're building in the flood zone. So I only wish this issue had come up. I've been watching this unfold since almost the beginning. They tried to bring this in before the city during COVID, and it's just from concerned citizens that myself and my neighbors learned about this issue. So thank you again for your time tonight, and I know the righteous will prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Landrum. Are there any other public comments, remote access comments?
We do not have any more raised hands at this time.
Okay, thank you. The way the rules are set up, I know Commissioner Carr's got his light on. Everyone will have an opportunity to respond to the motion. And Commissioner Carr, if you don't mind, I'd like to let you go last in this, since you're not a named party in this, okay? I'll start first, and we can just go down the order of seniority: Vice Mayor Lant, Commissioner Eisner, and then Commissioner Kulyas. Mr. McLaren, I respectfully decline. I believe I can listen to the testimony, review all the documentary evidence, and act objectively, fairly, and impartially in this matter. Thank you. Vice Mayor Lant, your return.
Okay, so I'm going to be a little wordy because I was a trifle upset with this, and I have a somewhat structured statement to make. I really can't comment on the other commissioners' alleged political stances. The Morgan Group's claims that are against the project, and therefore subsequently has labeled them so pervasive that Morgan reasonably believes it will be effectively denied its due process rights. I can only speak to my stated position on the subjects. The number of times that I've personally opined on this subject can hardly be considered pervasive, and certainly can't be construed as a campaign against project approval, especially taking into consideration the cases stated in their motion directly pertaining to me personally. Regarding Exhibit B, the Suncoast News article dated 2/16/22, where it was stated I had noted I was against the project. Well, this specific sentence is correct, but it's entirely out of context. What follows in the article was a list of specific and non-biased reasons why I had stated that. To wit, I wasn't completely satisfied that Morgan was being forthright, and as a result had reservations regarding several statements they had made on the record. 2, safety of access to and from US 19 was a major concern, as well as impact of the surrounding wetland areas. C, the fact that they, the board at that time, overrode a 6-1 decision from our planning and zoning board did not sit well with me, and I felt the city staff went out of their way to accommodate them in indicating that they were meeting all the requirements of our comprehensive plan, which I do not believe they did. 2, regarding Exhibit E, a March 14th, 2022 Facebook post where I had posted that the project had not received any approvals from SwiftMud. Again, this was, and is, fact. I specifically did not state, as Morgan alluded, we can only hope that a denial is in the works. That statement is again entirely out of context. I stated a question, can a denial be in the works? And the we can only hope was a parenthetical statement in support of the expressed public sentiment at the time. So 3, as to Morgan's statement that outside of our apparent bias, the common thread is that we're in it together, nothing could be further from the truth. We were all running for separate seats against separate opponents, and Morgan's attempt to enjoin us into some sort of organized opposition is just another ploy in their effort to discredit this duly elected commission. In conclusion, I firmly reject Morgan's obvious attempts of subverting the ability of concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs to present their motion to stay and be heard by eliminating the very people who are here to hear it. I also reject the assertion that I've showed pervasive bias in this matter and substantially meritless, and I absolutely refuse to recuse myself in this matter. Thank you.
I take it from that you decline being recused?
I decline, yes.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Lund. Commissioner Eisner.
I'll be a whole lot softer. I've spent 7 years on a quasi-judicial Board of Adjustments, and even when I've come in and I thought I was going to make a decision one way, I make a decision another way. So my decisions are on competent, substantial evidence. It's not on what you think I have to say. I've never been against this whole project. I'm never against any project. I'm against parts of the project. I got up to speak about dropping kids off on 19, that it was dangerous, and I actually came before the board then and I said, would any of you like to have your kids dropped off or picked up on 19? Do you think that would be something that you would like to see? And nobody answered me. And those were the things that I kind of spoke out against. This vote is not on whether we want your project, or at least I want your project, or don't want your project. This vote is on a stay. I don't know what your rush is. It seemed to get fast-tracked through our system faster than any item that I've ever seen. I have people complaining to me that they have things out there for a year or more. This went through like a freight train. If you have nothing to worry about, you really shouldn't worry about, having a stay. If you prevail, you prevail. If you don't prevail, you don't prevail. We're not making that call. We're making a call whether a stay is appropriate. Because once the damage is done, I mean, that's obvious. We all realize once things are going ahead, we can't stop that. You can't put gophers back. You can't replant trees. So That's what we're here to listen to, is a stay, nothing more, nothing less. I'm not going to make a decision on whether I like the program, your development or not. I'm here to listen to you as an objective person, and I will make my decision on competent, substantial evidence, and yes, I will not recuse myself.
Thank you, Commissioner Eisner. Commissioner Kulyas.
Thank you, Mayor. I will not be recusing myself. I understand that as a private citizen, I did come up and speak about the project. I also helped raise awareness about the project. I have remained silent in any decision or thought about the project since being elected, and I have no doubt I can give you a fair and impartial decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kulyas. Commissioner Carr.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a couple questions for the attorney and a couple comments to make as well, too. City Attorney, do you see any reason for any of the commission to recuse themselves?
So at this point, what I've heard from each and every one of them, that each and every one says that he believes that he can listen to the testimony, he can review the documentary evidence, and he can objectively act fairly and impartially. So that's what I'm kind of reading between the lines, and so based upon that, they do not have to recuse themselves.
Okay, thank you. For clarification as well, if any of the now commissioners receive contributions from the Concerned Citizens Group members during their campaigning, would that be considered a conflict of interest if there was a commitment to figure out how to squash the project in any way?
So you're asking me whether or not, because of the fact that they made contributions to the campaigns of the individuals here, does that create a conflict of interest?
Correct.
No, the answer is no, it does not.
Okay. I think it's pretty clear what the attorney just stated. There doesn't seem to be a conflict of interest based on the statements made by the board. I've been on the board for over 5 years, going on my 6th. I would like to see the rest of the board stay on to make the decisions tonight. As a commissioner, I've had to vote for things that I didn't personally like, but based on the rules and based on the information provided before us, I had to vote in favor or deny it. So I would ask that you all take that in consideration tonight. It's a difficult thing to do sometimes, but I do think you all can make that decision tonight. You've been trusted by the residents to represent them, and I would ask that you fully take everything presented as presented, and listening to our attorney as well, and the decisions that you make tonight. So I'm in support of you all staying on this tonight and making the decisions.
Okay, item 9B is formally closed. Let's move on to 9C. Going to proceed with a motion to stay, but first I want to read something that I think is very important. It was something that was offered by the city attorney at the very first cut, and I think it's important to read here. The board has significant discretion with regard to the motion, whether it's made or not, and has no affirmative duty to hear the motion. Such a motion should be made in the affirmative as required by the board's rules. For example, I move that the board hear the motion and make a decision on its merits and vote it up or down. If the motion is voted down, then the board's efforts are concluded and the board will move on to the next agenda item of the public meeting. If the motion is voted up, then the board will proceed to hear the comments from council from both parties. What we're going to do is hear the arguments first, Mr. Trask, and then...
So this process shows that you're going to have them make a motion to hear the motion to stay or not before you go on and have them make their presentation. So based upon this procedure that was established, the commission as a whole needs to make a determination today, right now, whether or not that you're going to hear the motion to stay. So that's what this portion of the presentation was going to be.
Okay. I'm going to ask for that motion and a second now, if there is any. And then we can have no discussion. We go directly into the arguments. Is that correct?
So you're going to act upon this. So I move the board to hear the motion and make the decision on the merits, and you're going to vote it up or down. So that's just on the motion. Are you going to hear the motion or not? And so you're going to hear discussion from the commission, and then you're going to hear public comment too, and then you're going to decide whether or not that you're going to allow the motion to proceed. That's how I read that breakout.
Okay.
Okay.
Pardon me?
Can I get a 5-minute break? Let's take a break before we get into this.
Say it, go ahead and use the mic.
Can we do a quick break before we get
Oh,
into this? Just a question.
Yes.
It's your call, Mayor.
Thanks. 8:11, if we can reconvene at 8:11. Don't be Okay, everybody, if we can take our seats, unless you'd like to stand and watch us. It's 8:11, and we're reconvening the meeting. Before I go on, I want to just make sure and explain everything, because this is a unique situation. The very first step is that the commission is going to decide whether to hear the motion or not. There's three things that can happen. Either if there's no motion, then that's the end of the matter. If there is a motion, then, and there's a vote, it can either be denied or it can be approved. If it's denied, that's the end of the matter. If it's approved, then we move on and hear everybody, all sides, including there will be public comments as well. At the end of that process, then the commission will make a motion, and it's always done in the affirmative, to approve the motion to stay, and then the commission either votes it, approves it, or denies it. If it denies it, that's the end of the matter. If it approves it, then there's another phase for the establishing a bond for, I want to call it expenses, cost, damages that the Morgan Group feels that they would be entitled to during the duration of the stay. They'll make their arguments. The concerned citizens will make arguments as far as what their amount would be. Then there will be a discussion on that as well, and then the commission would decide, and there may be some other conditions as well. So that's it in a snapshot. So let's go start with where we left off. Is there a motion to consider the motion to stay?
I'll do a motion to consider the stay in the affirmative.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We don't need a discussion at this point, is that correct?
There is a motion. You should have discussion on the motion.
Okay.
Yeah.
Public comments as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go to public comments on this. Are there any public comments on the motion to stay?
On the motion to hear the motion to stay.
It is complicated. No, thank you for that. On the motion to hear the motion to stay.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Trask.
You're welcome, Mayor.
Mr. McLaren.
Thank you, sir. On behalf of the Morgan Group, it's our position that this motion for stay is really a motion for reconsideration. A motion for, it is, as stated in our paper, it is precisely the same motion based on precisely the same facts and issues as previously. Motion for reconsideration under the rules may only be approved upon a finding that new evidence or a mistake of fact exists. There is no new evidence. The evidence in this case has long since been closed since 2001. There is no mistake of fact. Concerned citizens has shown no evidence of either. Therefore, it's our position that, respectfully, that the motion is a motion for reconsideration, and it has not met the necessary criteria and should not be heard. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. McLaren, may I ask, you'll get into the same discussion that you just had if the motion proceeds, the motion to hear the motion proceeds?
I'm not going to bring that issue up again. That'll be the last time. I mean, it's in our papers, so I don't, with your permission, I don't intend to reassert it.
I just needed to know because I was going to ask the city attorney a question after Ms. Graham gets done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. In response, we would say that circumstances have changed since the first motion for stay last December, as is clearly in our motion for stay. In April, you, as a board, were presented a detailed update on the status of the conditions and requirements for the Anclote Harbor permits, which I've included in the materials. The future land use map amendment for preservation was actually scheduled for June. It looks like it's been put off till July, but it shows that it is moving forward. Another change condition is the status of the current appeal. Right now, all the briefs have been filed, and we're waiting for the court's decision. We filed an amended petition. Morgan filed a response, and we filed a reply, and we're waiting now. And if you like, I can get into why the collateral estoppel argument doesn't apply, or I can wait to do that during my other time, if needed.
Thank you.
You should wait.
You should wait.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Trask. Thank you, Ms. Graham.
Graham Jones, 2056 North Point, Alexis, Tarpon Springs, 34689. In my opinion, you must hear the motion to stay. Anything else would be to grant the Morgan Group a gag order. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Julia Bartunik, 2645 Meadowood Drive, and also I am speaking for hearing the motion to stay because it is just and fair in the process that we have before us. It's very important and very worthy to hear it because once a decision is made, the destruction may be irreparable. So we need to hear the motion to stay for all considerations to be taken. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments?
If anyone online would like to speak, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do have a raised hand at this time. And Zoom attendee, if you can state your name and address for the record.
Chris Rosky, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. My apologies, I had another thing I had to deal with, so I'm on Zoom, but I will be back in person. First of all, yeah, you don't have to hear the stay tonight. Settle the case. You guys can discuss that right now. Settle the case. You of course, will have to put it on an agenda, and you'll have to vote on it. But if you guys want to do that, do that. And then all the boogeymen that they're talking about go away. And then you can hear this later, if you need to. Or, as everybody stated, go ahead. Hear the stay and grant the stay. Citizens of Tarpon Springs deserve as much. If you're not going to settle the case, you at least need to let the courts settle the case before granting any more give-me's to these people who have been nothing but deceitful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Robotsky. Are there any other remote access comments?
And we do not have any other raised hands at this time, sir.
Thank you. Let's go to commission comments. Vice Mayor Lunt. Before we get started, let me ask Mr. Trask a question. There were some statements by Mr. McLaren. He's not going to bring them up again. At this particular, this forum that we're in right now, we should not be asking questions. Are we allowed to ask questions?
So my suggestion is to focus specifically on whether or not you're going to hear the motion or not, and when the testimony and evidence is going to be presented in a little while, you ask your questions at that time if there are questions.
Okay. I do know that this is an appellate matter, and it would be items that were discussed during the hearing, and we shouldn't be bringing in anything that would appear like we're relitigating the matter. Is that?
I don't think you should be doing that now, Mayor. I think that you need to stick to the script that we've given everyone. They all know what it is. They're all prepared for it, and so I would stick to that.
Okay,
yeah.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lunt, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, thanks. City Attorney, can you, again, just clarify for me the items that we should be considering during this consideration?
So right now, it's whether or not that you want to hear the motion to stay. And you can make your determination as to, whatever reason you don't want to hear the motion to stay. Maybe one of them is because of the fact that the commission has already considered a motion to stay and denied it in December. There may be other reasons that you don't want to hear it. based upon what you've heard from Mr. McLaren or what you've heard from the residents.
Could a motion, could the board feel moved to agree to listen to the motion to stay if they hadn't been on the board? Would that be the reason?
So it doesn't really matter whether they were on the board at the time or not. You're on the board now. You need to act upon whatever issues that are presented to you on this particular agenda. So, you need to move forward with this as it's presented, even if you weren't on the board before.
Whichever decision is made, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay.
Either up or down.
All right, so I mean, in my opinion, we've heard this as a board. A decision was made as a board. I think the city attorney's opined on some information about what the board should do and what considerations should be done. The motion to stay was not allowed back in December, and so I'm still not going to support moving forward tonight to hear the motion to stay because we've already heard this. It's more of a reconsideration, I believe. And although I didn't agree with the Morgan Group asking my fellow commissioners and mayor to recuse themselves, I do agree with them in this situation that this has already been asked. So I don't agree with moving forward to hear the motion to stay.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. No further comments. I don't have any. I'm going to reserve any comments I have during the hearing if we go that route. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticiotis?
Yes. Okay. We have the motion to stay. Ms. Graham, you're up. You have 5 minutes, please.
Good evening. Concerned Citizens moves to stay the enforcement of the Anclote Harbor approvals and the issuance of any city permit, contract, land use approval, or any other approval relating to the Anclote Harbor project until the appeal is resolved. The test for stay, which is what you're considering tonight, is the likelihood of success on the merits of the appeal and the likelihood of harm absent the entry of a stay. For likelihood of success on the merits, we have two clear examples of arguments likely to win in the appeal. First, Resolution 2152 is void because the city applied the wrong procedure by approving a conditional use of a primary residential use in a commercial general district where only a secondary residential use could be approved. Instead, Morgan should have applied for a future land use map amendment under Section 20703. Morgan misstates the record, and they say that this argument was never raised, but the record clearly shows concerned citizens expert planner Richard Gehring raised it during the hearing. There's a case exactly on point. Baker v. Metropolitan Dade County in the 3rd District of Florida. In Baker, a property owner applied for a special exception, which is like a conditional use, for a self-storage facility. County staff recommended approval for commercial use, even though the property was designated residential in the comp plan. The court said the commission did not have the authority to reject the plan designation, and the future land use comprehensive plan amendment was needed. Importantly, the 3rd District said that the city applied the wrong law in authorizing the approval and quashed it. This was brought as a petition for writ of certiorari as a departure of the essential requirements of law, not a consistency challenge under 163-3215, as Morgan says that we should have brought it. Morgan argues that the statute challenging comp plans was changed in 2002, and since Baker was before that, it doesn't apply. However, again, this is wrong. Before 2002, the statute also provided that comp plan consistency challenges was the sole method to challenge consistency, and the case clearly addresses this and said a cert petition is still appropriate under these circumstances. Another example of an argument likely to win is that the city applied an erroneous on-balance standard in evaluating comprehensive plan consistency, departing from essential requirements of law because land use plans must be strictly, not flexibly applied. Again, Baker is directly on point, voiding an approval where the county decided to ignore comp plan based on fundamental fairness. Morgan misstates the record by saying we've shown no evidence of on-balance when we've included the city planning director's report on comp plan consistency, starting on page 68 of your materials. On the due process issue, you are all there. Due process is analyzed through particular factual context
of the procedure. We argue that hearings lasting until sunrise is not a meaningful time or manner to be heard. For the second factor of the stay, concerned citizens will be irreparably harmed if a stay is not granted. They are committed to preserving and protecting the Anklet River, and allowing this project to break ground will result in the immediate destruction and degradation of the habitat. And as I previously mentioned, circumstances have changed, which makes this motion much more urgent. And you were updated in April of all the steps that are taken, that it's even closer to approval. Morgan's collateral estoppel argument is ridiculous. For collateral estoppel to apply, the issue had to be fully litigated with a final order. The December order is just an order within a pending appeal, and there's no final decision from the appellate court yet. It is still pending. Also, your city attorney had previously advised during the December hearing in response to Mayor Vaticiotis' question that if a stay is not approved, can concerned citizens request the stay again in the future? And you had said yes, depending on whether there's a substantive change in the motion. And unless you enter an order that says no, the prior order would not allow that. So I'm going to end it there. I reserve any time for rebuttal, and we urge you to grant this stay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Graham. Mr. McLaren?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, our time is limited, so I adopt, through reference, all of the arguments advanced earlier tonight, as well as those in our papers. As stated earlier, we are the equitable title holder. We have rights to pursue the approvals and permits to move forward on the property. Concerned citizens in December moved this board for a stay, and it was carefully considered and denied. Now, concerned citizens ask this board to reconsider its ruling, to change its mind, basically to reverse itself. So concerned citizens, an entity that has been ruled by the circuit court, 3-judge panel, to have no interest in anything on this property. They have no interest in the property. This is an entity, that's what the court said when they ruled on the 3 petitions that were dismissed without prejudice, gave them another chance, but that's what the court ruled in that ruling. So this entity that owns no interest in the property, no interest in the birds, the bees, the trees, the turtles, all the things they complain about, that's what the court said. They have no interest in it. What they do in this motion is they urge this board to have the city infringe on Morgan's constitutional right to pursue its permits and pursue its development. So what they're asking this board to do, they've got no interest in the property, so they're free and clear. They're asking this board to assume the risk, risk that this motion would be improperly granted. If the motion is improperly granted, then my client has been damaged. We don't want to be damaged. We don't want to engage in lawsuits. We didn't bring the lawsuit. We're here to pursue our constitutional right, to pursue other permits, and pursue the development. In order for the stay to be, let me back up. You'll hear, if the stay is granted, that the projected profits on this are in the neighborhood of $45 to $50 million. If for some reason during the pendency of a stay, the stay prevents us from eventually developing the property, that is, those are the damages that Morgan will suffer. In order for a stay to be entered, the concerned citizens must prove first that they have a substantial likelihood of success in the pending lawsuit, and second, they have to prove both of these, that concerned citizens will be substantially harmed if the stay is not granted. Not that the property will be harmed, not that the trees, the birds, the bees, but concerned citizens has to prove that they will be harmed if the stay is not granted. They cannot prove that tonight. As stated earlier, there's no mistake of fact and there's no new evidence. The only thing that's changed since December, when this court refused to grant the stay, is the circuit court, the 3-judge panel. There are 3 judges on the panel, 3 circuit court judges. They considered all of these arguments being advanced by Ms. Graham, and they dismissed the case. every single issue that was raised that was between concerned citizens and Morgan, the court ruled in Morgan's favor. So really the question boils down to this: whose judgment should this board trust? Should it trust concerned citizens and Ms. Graham's judgment on whether or not they're going to win this case? Or should you trust the 3 judges that have jurisdiction over the case? That's the question before you tonight. Let's see what the court ruled on March 25th, 2022. I got to move through this quickly. All 3 of the judges entered and agreed to the order. Last time we were before this board, concerned citizens represented to the commission that it will be substantially harmed and injured if the stay is not granted. Here's what the court ruled repeatedly. Court ruled, petitioner has no legal interest which will be affected, nor any special injury that the Tarpon Springs community as a whole will suffer with Morgan's development of property. Court's already ruled. Court stated that not once but 4 times in the order. Court ruled that concerned citizens did not have standing. On these claims that there's inconsistency with the comprehensive plan, court ruled petitioner did not bring the action pursuant to the statutory provision governing these challenges. It brought the wrong claim. And that's it ruled that, and Ms. Graham argued Baker, the Baker case she's relying on, she argued that before the circuit court. The circuit court rejected her arguments. Every time there's been a situation where the court could adopt our position or concerned citizens' position, it adopted our position. Very respectfully, we believe that this board should rely on the court and not concerned citizens to tell this court whether or not they have a likelihood of success and whether or not concerned citizens will be harmed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. McLaren. Okay, Mr. Trask, we're not going to allow rebuttal at this phase.
No, we don't. We did not provide for that in the presentation. They had their 5 minutes, and they presented their 5 minutes. Morgan Group had 5 minutes. They all knew that those were the guidelines that we were going to work under. You did not allow for rebuttal.
Seconds.
So.
Pardon me, Ms. Graham.
I believe I reserved 40 seconds. I ended 40 seconds early.
You can reserve anything that you want. There's nothing in the process that we provided for rebuttal. If we're going to provide rebuttal here, we're going to have to provide it all the way through the process. And Mayor, I don't think that you want to change this process after both sides know what the process is going to be.
I understand, Mr. Trask. Ms. Graham, I think we want to stick to the process. It's the issue is being fair to everybody. I understand there's going to be some questions that the commission's going to be asking after the public comments, and there'll be questions to you, questions to Mr. McLaren, and questions to Mr. Dagnall, who's our litigator. And then you could use that opportunity to say answer your questions however you'd like, and maybe get your points in that way. We're going to go to public comments now. If there's anyone that's got public comments concerning this matter up to this point, you've heard both sides.
Now it's my time. Margot Leiser, 514 Ashland Avenue. So I was going to talk about overdevelopment. We all see it. We know what's going on with the overdevelopment of Florida. The stay, he said that the Morgan, concerned citizens don't have any stake in this property, and that's not entirely true. And the Morgan Group, what's their stake in this? Because they don't even own the property. And Renee, I believe, has asked them to do these certain things, which they've delayed and they drug their feet on, and I don't even think they've completed everything that she wanted them to be completed. I don't know that for sure, but I don't think that's happening. And why haven't they bought the property? What's their stake in that? That if they own the property, okay, yeah, they own it. They have that access, but they don't have a right if they don't own the property. And the other thing was, he said that there's no damage to the people of Tarpon, and there is, because right now the impact fees, which the Republican legislature just approved, that it limits cities and government, local governments, that they can only do 3% of impact fees. Yeah, that's going on. So that big property that you're gonna do roads, infrastructure, schools, firemen, police, it's gonna put a strain on the community. And in the meantime, who's gonna foot that bill? It's gonna be the taxpayers. Then your property tax is gonna go up. So yeah, does the city of Tarpon, is the Tarponites, are they going to suffer? Yes, because their property is going up. And the little bit that the Morgan Group's gonna give to the city for their impact fees, for their infrastructure, is that gonna make any difference? No, because then the taxpayers of Tarpon is going to pick up the bill and pay the taxes while they go back to Texas and reap their benefits, right? So does the citizens of Tarpon, do they have a say? Yes. And it's going to affect them. And until they buy the property and they have that property right in their little hands, they don't have a right to that property either. And like that lady said before, where's Walmart? Why are they not here fighting for the Morgan Group? And why haven't they exchanged the property? So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Ms. Rice. Next, please.
Good evening. Michelle Birnbaum, 330 Promenade, Dunedin. It kind of is deja vu being back here again discussing this same parcel. But I am a novice. I'm not an attorney. I'm an archaeologist. And I'm also someone who cares greatly about the few pieces of property that remain undeveloped in Pinellas County. And I know you all know the same trope, that we're one of the fastest developing counties in the entire state of Florida. So each and every little piece of property that remains in its native state is precious. And because it is so precious, it's something that we really, really, really need to think hard when we make decisions regarding it. All these kind folks here are asking you to think really, really hard. The decisions you make today should not necessarily be about how much money a developer can make. Because to be honest with you, the value of that property is a lot more than whatever Morgan Group will make developing it. That has been entrusted to you and to us as the citizens of this community. So I'm just asking you that when you make your decision this evening, the thing you have to consider is, I'm not a lawyer, but if there's a lawsuit that is still being contested that impacts the ability of a developer to develop this property, I think it behooves you to preserve that property in the pristine state that it is in currently. I don't know if you've ever heard the story. You know, you got a tube of toothpaste, and you squeeze that tube of toothpaste, and it comes out. Did you ever try to put the toothpaste back in the tube? It's impossible. Well, it's also impossible to bring back a property that's been damaged, bulldozed, made appropriate for development. And part of that stage is granting permits and such. Once you grant a permit, you've permitted something. So I'm asking you, while there is still a legal challenge to development of this property, granted, I'm not a lawyer, I don't get paid a gazillion dollars to come up here and give you my legal opinion, but I think it's only fair to the trees, the bees, and the tortoises who can't be here tonight and don't have legal representation, that you take their lives into account. And I would just like to leave with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Birnbaum.
Graham Jones, 2056 North Point, Alexis, Tarpon Springs, 34689. The attorney for the Morgan Group asked the question, who should the commission trust? you should trust the citizens of Tarpon Springs. You shouldn't trust lawyers for a development group. You shouldn't trust lawyers for our Save the Anclote group. You should trust the citizens, the people who elected you. Those are the people you need to trust. Let me say that I'm not against all development. In fact, I'm very pro-development. I'm very much in favor of development that's done in line with the comprehensive plan, because I believe that the process for developing a comprehensive plan is inclusive. The citizens are encouraged and in fact do provide input into that plan. And it's reviewed every year, changes are made to it in light of whatever's happening in Tarpon Springs, and it's a living document. So development in line with that is, in my mind, perfectly reasonable and should be done. But this particular development, I think, slid through without real regard for the plan itself. I think there was some things going on there where it doesn't really comply. And as a result of that, I think that the stay must be approved so that the courts can decide whether or not all of the proper processes have been taken care of, have been dealt with legally and fairly. And it's not something that we're going to decide here tonight. The courts are going to decide whether these things that are in front of them now are valid or not us. So you have really no choice, in my opinion, but to grant the stay. Let the courts have their say, then revisit it. If the court says everything's fine, nobody did anything weird, that it can go ahead, then okay, fine. We lost. We lose a beautiful piece of land. So be it. But if they decide the other way, we'll never get back what we've lost if you grant permits to go break ground or even put equipment there. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Julia Bartunik, 2645 Meadowood Drive. I'm also a member of the Sierra Club chapter of Pasco Conservation Committee, and I wanted to say that the stay needs to be approved because this project is not going to be in compliance with state and federal guidelines to develop in the least environmentally damaging and sensitive areas. In fact, this project development is in the most environmentally damaging and sensitive area, which is the Anclote River Basin System, and that river is much, much more valuable than any fossil fuels. This is the most precious commodity that there is. It is priceless and extremely valuable. The risks involved to this body and the community of building in a coastal high hazard area in non-compliance with the comprehensive plan will incur insurmountable damages. So I speak in favor and approval of this stay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Kafalis, 205 Leafwood Road, Tarpon. I thought the Morgan Group had actually outright purchased the property, and I think I heard tonight they have equitable title. So I looked up under Reuters Practical Law in the glossary the definition of practical title, equitable title. A beneficial interest in real property that gives the title holder the right to acquire the legal title to the property. Equitable title holders cannot transfer legal title to real property, but they can derive benefits from the property appreciation in value. So that tells me they don't own the property, which we kind of I found out first time tonight, basically. But they can't sell the property because they don't own it. How can they change, and the city even acknowledge that their applications for any permits or anything as a equitable title holder when they have to get legal title to be able to even sell it? It'd be like me having a first right of refusal or something like that. I can't sell it, but I can buy it. I don't understand how they can even get changes on the, to get any kind of a building permit or anything without owning it. Equitable title says that it only gives them the right to acquire it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kafalos.
David Ballard Geddes Jr., Georgia Avenue, Palm Harbor. I'd like to talk about supply chain issues. We're all familiar with toilet paper's issue during the COVID crisis. We also are aware that we have water shortages, hence the reclaimed water initiative and push that's going through Tallahassee, currently adding reclaimed water to our potable water supply, calling it a direct potable reuse in Senate Bill 64. This development and other development throughout the state that's taking place, overdevelopment, subjects us to a derogated water supply. I don't believe they might have so-called equitable title, but what sort of titles don't they hold? I believe that we as established residents of this town hold some sort of entitlement to quality water, and this would add to complicate our water supply issues. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Roboski, 1602 Gulf Beach Boulevard, Tarpon Springs, 34689. So, yeah, just like you said, what's the rush? Why not wait for the judicial system to tell you what's happening here? There's absolutely no rush. Only the rush that they try to continue bullying and threatening and doing what they do. And all these permits they're going to try to get, I'm pretty sure Mr. Armstrong promised them a Swift Mud permit. He's on the board of Swift Mud, The joke is actually on the Morgan Group, because Swift Mud was going to rubber stamp whatever they put in front of them anyway. So Mr. Armstrong's getting you nothing. Each of these state agencies will most likely give you whatever you ask. And then we'll challenge each of them in court, because they're each of them lying to rush it through real fast before anybody can get an eye on what's really going on, including FDOT. But now they're on guard, because we pointed out what Provenzano said, the man from FDOT that said it would be deadly to have two entrances on US 19. So they're going to be a little cautious. But these permits should not be granted from the city for anything, because you don't have to rush to judgment. You don't have to rush this project through. As that commissioner said, there's people, regular citizens, still waiting for the most common permit. So make them wait. If they're so sure they got it right, let them prove that in court. And if you don't want to vote on this tonight, just, settle the case. Put that on an agenda and say, hey, we're not going to vote on this tonight, we're just going to settle the case. Let's vote on that sometime soon. Put it on an agenda, advertise it, make it clear to the public, and we'll all be there. Watch you guys make it happen. You've got choices here. Don't be bullied with some threats. My God, We've seen enough of that. And the reason why you haven't gotten hundreds of emails or this packed auditorium tonight is because I didn't push people to come here. I made it clear to each person that I spoke to that we have a representative form of government, and we elected 4 individuals that will do the right thing. So do the right thing. Do what the people elected you to do, what you said you would do. Otherwise, we'll have to start filling this place again. As I've said many times before, we only bring people down here when you guys aren't doing your job. So just do your job, man. That's all I'm asking. Grant the stay, let the courts do what they're going to do. These people can't win a lawsuit. Have you seen the way they've misrepresented the law throughout? It's outrageous. I mean, that estoppel thing, come on, man. It's the opposite of what they're saying. The case with recusal is the opposite of what they're saying. They just thought they'd bamboozle you and they'd get the city attorney to help twist your arms, scare you. Ooh, $20 million is going to be on top of your head. You're all bonded. The city's bonded. Come on. It's like saying they're going to sue the district court or the Supreme Court. What? Ooh. Wonder what kind of law they're going to misrepresent there. Let's do the right thing. Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you.
Kay Carter, 1810 Mariner Drive, number 302, Tarpon. I'm going to be very quick and simple. A stay, the whole purpose is just to keep something from happening while you let it go through the courts. That's all that it really is. And in this case, if you don't support a stay, you're allowing something to happen that can't be undone. And I think you've heard that tonight. And that's the whole purpose of it. So, again, I agree. Just give the stay to keep something from happening that's irreversible until it goes through the process to determine that it is either can be done or it can't be done. But once you allow it to happen, it's done. I mean, we can't preserve these properties for future generations if we let them be destroyed today. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter.
Wendy Crusato, 616 Palm Avenue, Tarpon Springs. I support the stay I ask that you do, and you ask, you know, I'm a concerned citizen of Tarpon Springs. I was the Friends of the Enclote River in 2005, back when we were fighting the Walmart. And they did the same thing, the attorneys intimidating each one of us, wanting each one of us to come in for a deposition, wanting us to settle and sign these papers, finding out that the settlement was just that they were planning on suing each one of us. And the few of us that were left on the suit, maybe 10 of us, we were all intimidated to try to sign off, but there was one person that didn't sign off. And you know, all the intimidation didn't do them any good. And the other thing is, you know, looking at the traffic and the way that this is being designed, it is inevitable that somebody's gonna come out of that property, cross 3 lanes, try to make a turn and head south. And somebody's going to get killed. And I'm hoping it's not any one of our relatives. And you put a price tag on somebody's head, and the intimidation over here is we're losing $40 million. What are they losing? Oh, maybe just a family member. I mean, who wants to put a price tag on their head? It's just something to think about. I mean, what is a life worth? Especially if it's somebody you know or you're related to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crusato. Next, please.
So my name is Austin Wood. Address is 3471 Pinehurst Drive, Holiday. I'm really new to the area, new to this conversation. I've recently opened an ecotourism kayaking company on the river. I was actually here a couple of weeks ago for the conditional approval. I really wasn't aware of this happening on the river, and I think if I was to be aware of it beforehand, I would have thought twice about coming to Tarpon to open an ecotourism company. Florida is, the tourist levels in Florida are growing, even through the pandemic and after, which is awesome. And more people are looking for ecotourism. They're looking to be around wildlife. In doing the research of where to open my company, Tarpon Springs came up to me because it's really underutilized when it comes to wildlife, kayaking, boat trips. You really only have to look at TripAdvisor. There's so much going on in different parts of Florida, and there's really nothing here. So I don't have any competition here. That's why I'm here. So that's great for me. But I think moving forward, the city could really benefit from focusing more on that style of tourism. But if development like this goes ahead, that will be lost. So for right now, my business will be impacted. We've literally been open 2 weeks. And then moving forward, future businesses will be too, if this development goes ahead or others on or around the river. So yes, I'm in favor of the stay. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. Next, please.
Barbara Walker, 3019 Bradford Circle, Palm Harbor. I just wanted to say that I support the stay. I am a member of the Concerned Citizens group, and I've spent a lot of time on the property enjoying the beauty of the bald eagles and the various birds and other inhabitants of that property. If we were to actually, and I would like to say that everything that everyone else just said, like I agree with that, what they're telling you. You can't get it back once it's gone. But if we were to go back in time, way back in time, we would see that Merritt Island through Tampa Bay, Central Florida, actually had the greatest density of raptors than anywhere else on planet Earth. And if we were to go back in time and said, well, let's create a sustainable plan for Florida, one of the first things I would have said, and I would hope everybody else would have said, is for goodness sakes, protect the coasts and protect all the buffers for the rivers and the water. And it is the responsibility of us today, all of us people, all of you commissioners, to do that, because everybody has a stake in this. We all need clean water and clean air. And it has to do with our quality of life. Some of us have spent a lot of money living here in this county. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Walker. Next, please. Is there anyone else for public comments?
Get up there, Peter.
Peter Delacus, 514 Ashland Avenue. You know me. I've been coming up here for years talking about this property and what over the years Concerned Citizens has done to try to preserve this land for not only ourselves but all the citizens of Tarpon Springs to enjoy. Because if you really look at our title, it's Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs. We represent Tarpon Springs citizens. Now, you've heard mention of the applicants misconstruing issues. First off, Mr. McLaren says that all these issues about our standing and all these things have been decided. No, the court said come back, amend it, we'll look at it again. That's what the filings are now before the court. But as you've also heard, how over the period of time the applicant's attorneys have done things to either bully you, coerce you. And I do want to remind some of you may be new in the audience, and if you have any doubts about it, go back to October 20, let's see, was it the 26th? That was the one that was postponed at midnight, and then on October 27th, you go about to around 11:30 in the meeting. I read a number of emails between Mr. Armstrong and county administration, trying to get the county administrations to get their emergency management people and their public works people to back off of their comments when they said this was a coastal high hazard area and would put this project in danger. They sent maps of showing of how flooding would occur on this property over various conditions, but they didn't want that out there. So you've already seen, at least the mayor has, and maybe some of you were in attendance at those meetings, and Mr. Carr also. So you've seen the depths of what they'll do to try to coerce you, bully you, and get you to not do what's right. As I mentioned once before, concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs is not the first people who were on this land as concerned citizens. Michelle Beerbaum mentioned as she's an archaeologist. I mentioned in my presentation in October, Phyllis Kolianis, one of our respected residents in the Tarpon Springs Historical Society, did a report on the archaeological importance of the Native Americans, and they found Native American artifacts on this site. And I'm not going to rehash it, but they were the first concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs. We're only carrying that mission on. We've been behind the curve since this appeared to us just after Thanksgiving of 2020. I see my time is running out. May I have time from Annie? Annie Samarkis has donated 2 more minutes.
Mr. Delakis, let's
Well, that was
keep it at 4 minutes.
in your procedure that public comments would be handled as normally done, and you did allow 2
Actually,
minutes previously.
You're right.
So
I remember that
I don't
now.
want to argue because
No,
I
go
trust-
ahead.
all
Thank
right.
you for remembering
So, lost my train of thought a second. Well, we do have the standing to come before you as citizens of Tarpon Springs. We have made our case before the court. We feel we have made valid legal arguments that if the court themselves are unbiased, they will see those arguments and hopefully it will come back to you. If not, then we'll deal with that issue then. But in the meantime, you cannot allow activity to proceed on this property. You will destroy any habitat for the gopher tortoises once they start grubbing and bulldozing, and as you brought up at the last hearing that Mr. LaCourse even stated, yeah, as long as they got the permits, they can go ahead and start grubbing before any legal action has been decided. So it's already been stated by the administration that they would do that. So barring a stay, that potentially will occur. So we ask your consideration of what we've presented. I know there's a lot of information in there, a lot to digest. We did provide all of ours ahead of time as requested, and the Morgan Group responded when they did. But I would say we appreciate your time that you're willing to take to listen to our legal aspects of what we're trying to say, but also the community trying to tell you that you have the ability to slow down and really look at what risks and damages can be avoided if you approve this stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments? Mr. Jump, are there any remote access comments on this item?
If anyone online would like to speak on this item, please raise your hand and you'll be allowed in to talk. And we do not have any raised hands at this time, sir.
Okay, thank you. Okay, what I'm going to do now is, I should ask Mr. Dagnall, do you have anything to say in this part of it? Okay. I'm going to go to the commission, and we're going to be able to ask questions of Ms. Graham, Mr. McLaren, and Mr. Dagnall. If we could start with Ms. Graham, ask questions of her. We'll go around with her, and then we'll go to Mr. McLaren next, and then we'll finish up with Mr. Dagnall. Vice Mayor Lunt.
Hi, Ms. Grant, how are you? You recently amended your motion for cert. During that amendment, you stated a different standing than your original motion. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right, and I can go into more detail.
Not necessary, but your standing has changed as far as you're professing at this particular time to the courts.
Well, I can give you, let me give you a little bit of background on that. The court had talked about the standing in their order, which is the third test in Reynard, and I amended the petition to just look at the court, let me back up. The court just spoke about the first test in Reynard of a substantially affected party, and that applies when you're challenging an actual decision and the wisdom of a decision of a zoning board, whereas the third test in Reynard is challenging a void action. Now, in the original petition, we had alleged both the highest form of standing because we had included a prong about competent substantial evidence not being met. And this time we decided to kind of shorten it to just talk about the reasons why the decision is void. And when a decision is void, the third test in Reynard applies. Now, I should mention as well that the order on March 25th is a non-final order. Concerned citizens did not have a chance to address the issue of standing prior to this order being filed, and we did file an amended, after we filed our amended petition, we included a memorandum of standing. I do hope that you have all been provided a copy of that asserts that we meet both of the tests for standing.
And it's also your standing, your position, rather, that if the stay was not granted and that Morgan was allowed, if it got the proper permits in order, to start doing preliminary development of the property, grubbing and changing some of the landscape instead of preparing to build, that would be irreparable. Is that not true?
Yes, that's right. Once you do grubbing, I mean, that is everlasting harm.
And so from your position, your standing and your petition for cert are still unsettled. They're both just recently filed. You have no idea when the court or how the court is going to rule on that. Is that correct?
As to the most recent petition, I think that that's correct. It's still pending by the court,
All right.
yes.
Thank you. I'm through with questions.
Commissioner Carr.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm just trying to understand, so we have waived our rules and procedures for this hearing. We're on number 5. The board will consider a motion to grant the stay. The motion will be made in the affirmative as required by the board's normal rules, voted up or down. I don't see anywhere in this that we're to ask questions for either party who made presentations. I just want to make sure I'm following what the rules are that we're following. I don't want to make sure we're following the procedures that we're expected.
If you look at item number 2, and you look at item number 3, concerned citizens will be given 5 minutes to present its argument. The city commission may ask questions.
Okay, so that's what we're going back to then for
Right,
number 2
and
and
number 3
Okay.
as well. Yeah.
I'm just trying to clarify. I want to make sure
No,
I'm following the steps correctly.
I should point out, at the December hearing, commissioners were not allowed to ask questions.
Okay.
That's a little different this time.
Thank you
Okay.
for clarifying that.
Any questions of Ms. Graham?
So we're starting with Ms. Graham and then going to the Morgan Group,
We're
correct?
going to go to Mr. McLaren next, yes.
Okay. Ms. Graham, there was some items that were discussed about the 2 items I believe the Morgan Group said that need to be proven. One was substantial evidence that the court would overturn. And then secondly, the second item was, I have it written down somewhere. I'm sure you heard
It's
it
the
too, but the damage is
irreparable
different.
harm.
Yeah, the damage is different than the public at large.
No, actually, it's the likelihood of harm absent the entry of a stay.
Okay, so can you elaborate for me?
Yes, so as we've alleged, Concerned Citizens is a citizens group, an environmental group dedicated to the preservation of this property. And
I'm sorry, can you just be very direct for me? So the first one and the second one, there's 2 points that I just want to be
Sure,
super clear
absolutely.
for
And
me.
I had actually sent some requested instructions. I'm not sure if you have been provided or not. To prevail on a motion for stay on appeal, a party must establish, number 1, the likelihood of success on the merits. And mind you, when you say merits, standing is actually a jurisdictional issue, so it's not even an issue on the merits. We're only talking about our legal arguments. And number 2, the likelihood of harm absent the entry of a stay. And something I want to make sure that's very clear is that it's the harm that's absent entry of a stay. It's not likelihood of harm if there is a stay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Eisner.
Mine's a very simple question that I want to ask you. Do you feel that you had time and you were treated fairly in getting your information out? Were things presented to you? Let me stop with that first question. Do you feel it was fair that you were given enough time to respond to things?
In regards to
Well, in
this
regard
current
to-
proceeding or to the court's decision?
Well, in regard to the back and forth between the Morgan Group and yourself.
Ah, sure. Well, I would love the opportunity to respond to the Morgan's discussion on the March 25th court order because I believe that there's a gross misrepresentation. So I would like the opportunity to respond to that.
Do you think that you had enough time to respond when you were giving your representation to the prior board?
You mean in December?
Yes.
Well, I think that was a different hearing. I'd have to refresh my recollection on that. I mean, I think, you know, if I had my way, I think that I would have 15 minutes to do it. I think 5 is somewhat limited to be able to establish that. And I did make objections on the record about the procedure.
Just curious, do you think that you can win the case if it goes, this case that's presently sitting before the appellate court?
Yes,
The
sir.
appellate court?
I do, and I believe that the cases that I've cited are directly on point.
Okay, thank you. I don't have anything else like that.
Thank you, Commissioner Eisner. Commissioner Kuyas.
Thank you, Mayor. The
the three-judge panel who denied your motion to stay, they didn't file it, but they also gave the motion or the ruling without prejudice. And can you explain that a little bit?
Yes, exactly. So it was without prejudice, which meant that we would be able to bring back an amended petition. And what it said is, petitioner shall have 30 days to amend its petition establishing standing. And then they actually said, failure to timely file such an amendment or to cure the deficiency of standing will result in the petition being denied with prejudice. Well, we filed an amended petition, and then 2 days later, the court actually did an order to show cause saying, you know, we found that there should be a response from the Morgan Group. And then Morgan Group, instead of filing a motion to dismiss, saying, oh, this is ridiculous, you know, they have no standing, they actually filed quite a detailed response, misrepresenting a number of facts, but interestingly, on the standing, they dedicated about a page and a half at the very ending.
Regarding if the motion is granted, will concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs be able to make a deposit on the bond amount that's being requested by?
That's something that I'd like to hold off and discuss when that's brought up, because we
Okay.
do have some thoughts on the general procedure of that.
You talk about the balancing factor as one of as your second complaint in the appeal. Can you explain that a little bit?
Sure. So when you have an assessment of the comprehensive plan, there's certain standards by which you weigh it. Now, case law says that it has to be looked at strictly, kind of by the book. This Baker case that I've noted, which again was decided by writ of certiorari as a departure of the essential requirements of law, said that it was wrong when Miami-Dade County agreed to a development order that said fundamental fairness instead of actually and acknowledging that things might not be strictly construed in the comprehensive plan. And so the term fundamental fairness, since that was described, since that was quashed and said, no, that's wrong law, the on balance, which was throughout the city planner's report that had been presented, we believe that that is really the same.
Okay. I'm going to go to one item right here. And this is our backup, and it's about page, and this was from your written response, and it's about 86 through 92. There's a lot of comprehensive plan elements that are listed in which the decision process was said to be on balance for some of those comp plan items.
Right.
Okay.
And so that's exactly what we refer to, where I have the little red arrows that show that it shouldn't have been on balance. That's where the departure of essential requirements of law happened. It should be, we strictly construed it, and it's not enough to say, oh, well, you know, we on balance think it's okay. And that was an issue that our city planner, Richard Gehring, had raised during the hearing as well.
Okay. Would you agree Morgan Group is an equitable owner or to the property?
So I would say this, I think that the whole issue of the ownership of Morgan Group is really not something that's relevant to the issue of this stay right now, because you're only looking at whether, you're looking at the merits of the pending action and whether the likelihood of harm absent the entry of stay, which is to concerned citizens, not to Morgan Group. The other thing I would say is that there's a whole body of case law that says that you do not have rights, they call it vested rights, for an unlawful approval. And so since we contend that this was an unlawful approval, you do not have those rights. And that's exactly what we're waiting for the court to decide.
Okay. And there's one more area I wanted to ask about. This is regarding permits. Are you aware of the permitting process for Morgan Group right now?
Yes, well, I had included the update that you had received back in April as far as the various agencies that are looking at it. I also had understood from a public records request that there will be discussion of the future land use map amendment limited to the preservation area, which had been, I think, previously scheduled for June. And from the last public records request, I see that it's now scheduled for July. I don't know, I'm not privy to those conversations, but, so I do understand it is moving forward.
Okay, and are there there's other permits that are still waiting to be approved that are really stopping Morgan Group from progressing forward, correct?
Yeah, Swift Mud hasn't been issued yet.
And
last
there's
time I checked.
one other one, the Army Corps of Engineers?
Right, yeah, Army Corps hasn't been issued yet.
Okay. I'll have to defer to ask the applicant about that afterwards.
And I mean, I would just say that, you know, I understand what's going on with the Swift Mud permit. As far as the world of other permits and applications, I don't want to, you know, to be totally upfront with you. I'm not 100% privy as to all the discussions or where things are. So I don't want to represent that I know more than I do on that.
Of course. I have no further questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Kulyas. Ms. Graham, it's my turn. Believe me, I don't have that many. I appreciate the thoroughness of all the commissioners this evening. Page 11, you mentioned procedural due process was denied.
Yes.
Later in the exhibit, you mentioned that the traffic engineer was one of those. Is that correct?
Where is that I had mentioned that?
Procedural, page 11 of your motion.
Right, yeah.
Okay. Do the courts allow remote evidentiary hearings?
They actually do. There's a specific process for it.
Okay, and we were in a quasi-judicial setting, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. On page 20, you state the mayor granted you affected party status. Is that correct?
We believe from his statement that we would be treated as affected party status, so yes.
Okay. Yeah, I heard his statement, actually listened to it a couple of times, and
Yeah.
that's the way I would read it.
Yeah.
But the court, at least at this point, challenged his granting of an affected party status. So basically, the court's saying that the mayor got it wrong. Is that correct?
What I would say is that's what is in the non-final order, which Concerned Citizens hasn't actually had a chance to, prior to that order, we didn't have a chance to respond to that.
Right. But up to this point, the courts have said that maybe the mayor got it wrong. Is that
Right.
correct? Okay. Let me ask you something. In all of this discussion, you know, we're dealing with money, we're dealing with property rights, equitable ownership, a variety of different legal terms. Where's the public interest in all of this? I mean, where does that fit in to all of this?
That's a really interesting question. I mean, I think that, you know, in this particular case, Concerned Citizens is a nonprofit group, which is a group of citizens of Tarpon Springs. who do represent the public interest and their interest in the property. There is a line of cases that recognizes, for example, standing to challenge void actions of groups that represent the public interest. And so, you know, I feel privileged to be able to say that by representing concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs, I am in effect representing the public interest.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, Ms. Graham. Unless there's any others, we're going to go to Mr. McLaren now.
Is this yours? Let's start with Vice Mayor Lunt again. Thank you, Mr. McLaren.
I only actually have one question. And I want to read you chapter and verse, but on page 14 of your objection and response to the motion to stay, page 14, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. It's actually page 15 I'm concerned with. So I'll read some of this just to get the context of it. You state here that CTTS's departures contentions are fatally flawed because they brought these challenges through a certiorari petition, and that the exclusive methods of challenging a development order's consistency with the comprehensive plan is through a claim brought pursuant to Florida Statute Section 163, 3215, and I'm sure you're familiar with that section because I certainly am. As a matter of fact, I have it in front of me, and it specifically says that any aggrieved or adversely affected party may maintain de novo action for declaratory, injunctive, or other relief against any local government to challenge any decision of such local government granting or denying an application for or to prevent such local government from taking any action on a development order as defined in section 163.3164. It goes on to say that the sole method by which an aggrieved and adversely affected party may challenge any decision of local government granting or denying an application for a development order as defined in 163.3164, specifically by a writ of certiorari. So which is it? Are they, and on one hand, the actual statutes are saying that this is the way that you do this, and on the other hand, in your motion, you're saying that this is wrong. So could you explain how you came to that difference of opinion?
There is no difference of opinion. They're precisely the same. The sole and exclusive method through which a party such as Concerned Citizens can challenge what they're challenging, and that is consistency with the comprehensive plan, is through section 163.3215. That's precisely what's stated in the statute. That's what's stated in all the case law that has been developed since the 2002 amendment of the statute. That's what's stated in the Seminole Tribe case that's cited in our brief, all of which have, these cases dismiss and reject certiorari claims saying you brought the wrong cause of action. And here's what our three-judge panel said about this issue.
I'm not really actually interested
I'd
right
like
now
to
in
finish
hearing
my
what the
I'd like to
three-judge
finish my
panel-
statement, please, sir, if I may. To the extent petitioner argues that Morgan's land development approvals are inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plans, such claims must be brought in an action for declaratory, injunctive, or other relief See Florida Statutes 163, 3215, Sections 3 and 4. Petitioner did not bring this action pursuant to the statutory provision governing challenges by an aggrieved or adversely affected party to inconsistency with a comprehensive plan. Rather, petitioner brought this action pursuant to its common law right of certiorari. So that's even what the three-judge panel has pointed out here. There's a real problem with those claims. There is no substantial likelihood of success on the merits whatsoever. There is zero chance. The claim is barred. They brought the wrong cause of action. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Landrieu, do you have any other questions?
I'm confused. I'm not going to argue it, but I see two different things here.
Commissioner Carr.
Sure. So I asked concerned citizens, the two items that need to be proven tonight to approve the stay would be the likelihood the decision would be overturned. Is that correct? By the court?
Yes, sir. There's the likelihood of success. In other words, the likelihood that they're going to win their case and overturn the rezoning. Absolutely. That's the first prong. And then the second prong.
Pause there.
Sure. Absolutely.
Do you feel that there's a case there that the court has already said no to? Do you think there's a likelihood that that's going to happen?
Well, the issue is exactly as you point out, Commissioner Carr. It is there a likelihood of success? It's not, have they filed an amended complaint? And very respectfully, there is no likelihood of success. The two claims on the merits that they've brought are both claims that there's an inconsistency with the comprehensive plan. A claim that the primary residential use is inconsistent with the CG classification. And Ms. Graham in her papers is very careful. She keeps calling it a CG classification because she doesn't want to talk about the fact that that's a CG comprehensive plan designation. So that claim is clearly a claim that the rezoning is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. Got to be brought pursuant to 163-3215. The second claim they brought is that the standard applied was this on-balance standard, which is disproven by the very resolutions and ordinances at issue, which all of the commissioners, or 4 of the 5, approved, saying that it was the rezoning was consistent with all provisions of the comprehensive plan. So those are the two merits claims on the merits that they've brought. Both of them brought the wrong cause of action. Even independent of that, they're consistent with the comprehensive plan. The second claim they brought was for procedural due process type claims. The court did not rule on all of those or suggest a ruling on all of those in its prior statement. The court did comment about the 23 hours provided. The law requires notice and reasonable opportunity to be heard. That's all. 23 hours is way more than that. And then there were other claims brought, such as there was a claim brought previously that there was improper notice provided because the legal description was wrong. The court did take the opportunity to throw that out. And so what happened was the court said, you don't have standing, try again. And again, it's typical for a court, and it usually results in reversal to a court to just throw out a case altogether and not give the applicant at least one opportunity to reapply to the court, or in other words, in this case, the petitioner, another opportunity. So the court has given them that. The case has been briefed. The only thing that's happened since the last time we were here on the motion to stay when it was denied is the court has made several important rulings in our favor. And
okay. Just to clarify, so you're saying the concerned citizens Tarpon Springs cannot establish a likelihood of success on its pending
yes,
appeal,
sir.
basically, right? Okay. That's in your document. Those aren't my words. Okay. Can you touch base on the permitting side of things, where those land? If there's if permits go through as planned with the timeline, one would shovel be breaking ground. And then if this were, a stay were to happen, would this prevent you, and I just want to make sure I understand the stay, would this prevent you from going through that process for at least getting the background information for the permitting process?
Right, so we expect our permit applications, we have an approval from FDOT on one permit. The other permit, I understand, is in process, could be approved any day the application's complete. Same is true with Swift Mud. Everything's been filed. We're just waiting on approval. Could happen, any day. The city permits, we're proceeding on, and those are available to us. If we can't get the permits, then every day that goes by we can't get a permit, then that slows us down, right? Because then we can't start construction, then we can't clear the land, start development, do the things we are entitled to do. And so every day that goes by where we don't have a permit, if it's delayed by the stay, our return on our investment is therefore being delayed.
Yeah, I get that part. So the stay wouldn't prevent your permits that you've applied for through the other agencies, correct? It would just be for the city permit.
That's my understanding is that's what they're asking this tribunal to do is prevent us from getting those permits,
Okay.
right? Those city permits.
Was there a target date still that you guys, or do you feel comfortable providing that?
For what is that? I'm sorry.
Breaking ground. So you had to own the property, I assume, before you broke ground to clear or grub the land. Is that correct?
That's a matter of contract between us and Walmart, and I'm not 100% sure about that.
Okay. But based on what you said, Florida statutes gives you the right to permit and all these other different things based on case law or statutes.
Correct. We are the equitable title holder and hold those rights, just like we had the right to apply for the rezoning.
Okay. And then the applicant did allow the concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs at the time of the hearing to present as an affected party, but did not view them as an affected party?
Right. The court actually, the three judges actually took an opportunity to explain the affected party issue, and the court stated, the city's position was consistent throughout the proceedings. Petitioner is not, in all caps, an affected party, despite the city's decision, quote, in an abundance of caution, end quote, to allow petitioner to participate as such. Even if the city deemed petitioner to be an affected party in the context of quasi-judicial hearings, it does not confer standing. And then the court went on to say that the petitioner's argument that it has standing because it was recognized as an affected party is without merit. So on that issue, that CCTS or concerned citizens still has to prove, no matter what the standing test is, that they've been harmed in a manner different in kind from the community at large. Concerned citizens cannot prove that. Ultimately, their position will fail. The court stated 4 times that they didn't prove previously that they, here's what the court said. Court said, petitioner has no legal interest which will be affected, nor any special injury different than the Tarpon Springs community as a whole. And so the court's already said that. Now, the court did allow them an opportunity to replead, but their new pleading says nothing. There's just no information in the record that they can point to that suggests that they have an interest different in kind from the community at large, and that is the standard.
Okay, and that's ultimately number 2 that we have to decide tonight, right?
That's part of the second point. Yes. Will they be harmed? The issue is not will the property be harmed. CCTS keeps standing up and saying you know, there's going to be harm to the property, going to be harm to the property. That's not the standard. The standard is, will concerned citizens be harmed?
Okay.
Not whether the property be harmed.
Understood. Thank you. I've got no further questions, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm listening to your presentation. It doesn't sound like the concerned citizens have a chance. You're going to win this, correct?
We believe we will, yes, sir.
So then could you justify to me how you're going to plan on losing $40 million, which is what you said earlier?
Well, if this tribunal grants a stay and we're prevented from proceeding and getting our permits, and something happens during the stay, a market collapse, some other event that prevents us from developing the property, then the stay will be the cause of our loss of those $40 million.
So you're trying to tell me, let me handle myself. So you're trying to tell me that if we initialize a stay, which would be fair to all concerned, and something outside, you're coming up with a hurricane, a tornado, Russia attacks us, that's going to be our fault, and you're losing $40 million, and we should be reliable for that?
If the stay causes us to lose the opportunity to develop this property, the answer is yes, sir. And you need look no further than one of the cases I handled years ago in the city of Tampa. In that case, what happened was the city actually denied a permit to develop the property. The property would have been developed during the last boom. As a result of the denial, the client missed the market. So the client was unable to develop the property as a result of illegal action by the city council of the city of Tampa. The city of Tampa ended up paying $3.75 million to settle that case. So, I mean, I'm not here to threaten you. I'm just here to tell you what's going to happen if that happens.
Let's preserve decorum. I think it's been relatively good so far. Let's just keep that way, if you don't mind, so we can finish this up this evening. Thank you.
So let me go back the other way. The land could go down in value and be cheaper for you, correct?
Sir, anything could happen, absolutely. I mean, the fact is we're under contract to buy the property, so those details are set out in the contract already. So anything could happen, you're absolutely right. And I'm not telling you that a tornado is going to happen. I'm not telling you a market downturn is going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. Nobody knows, right? I'm just saying that it can happen.
Well, you've made claims, so I'm just questioning the claims. Materials could be cheaper as well.
Could happen.
Okay. Because the way you presented it, and I listened to everything you said. You said that you have the risk of losing $40 million. And to me, losing a risk of $40 million means that's a large sum of money. I mean, in development, how much is this entire development estimated to come out at?
What do you mean by estimated to come out at?
What is the cost to build this whole development?
Our estimated cost at the time we made the decision to move forward with the property was approximately $93 million.
Okay. Was that how many years ago?
A few years ago. I'm not sure of the exact date.
Has this been in the works for at least 3 years?
I'd have to ask my client. I'm not certain.
Who's your client? Are they here?
Yeah.
Can you ask?
Sure. November of 2018.
Okay. So this is a process that's been going on for 3 years, but you're coming before us now admitting that the concerned citizens have given in wrong information. They haven't, they've not handled this properly. You have no fear of winning. You're going to win. So I don't understand why you have this want to not follow through on the stay. Why? I mean, I do know why you don't want that, because it doesn't go to what you're trying to accomplish. I realize that. But when I look back at the decisions made before, the decisions made here, none of us here except for the city attorney are attorneys. And the three people in the court that gave you the right, and also any other court that's going to go before you, will give you the carte blanche to either move forward and you're golden and the project's done, and I'll probably be there for the ribbon cutting and congratulate you as a welcome to Tarpon Springs. But I don't think that I want to make that decision, especially with the fact that you think I'm biased as well. So I don't want to make the decision, but I do think it's fair to have somebody with a legal mind decide whether they're right, you're right, who's right, and move forward. Don't you agree?
The court will certainly decide the issues. It is concerned citizens' burden tonight to prove to you that they have a substantial likelihood of success on the merits. You can't grant the stay unless they prove that. They haven't proved that. That's my position.
Right.
They also have to prove that they're going to be harmed if a stay is not granted. I've seen no evidence of that tonight. So they don't meet the standard. No matter what happens, if we do win, our return on our investment, a substantial investment over a number of years, we get to the threshold, we can get our permits, we can move forward, we can develop the property, we can lease up the apartments, et cetera. We can get the revenues that will justify our investment in this project. No matter what happens, if you grant the stay, that return on our investment is going to be delayed.
It's been delayed 3 years.
Right, so we're ready to go. If we can get our permits, we're ready to move forward. The problem is if there's a stay, this tribunal will delay the return of those revenues. And so there's a time value of money involved on that return.
How much do you estimate that time value of money will be?
$2.8 million. It's in our brief. It's on the last few pages of our brief.
So you think you're going to lose 2.8 million? Did you give us a breakdown of how you came up with that figure?
I did. It's in the brief.
Okay. I just have to, share with you that we're stewards of the town, and I'm very stressed to try to make that not instill a stay. I'm just being fair with you. The other thing, in ending, I would like you to know that you've addressed the mayor as the mayor. You've addressed Commissioner Carr as Commissioner Carr, and the rest of us, you've just addressed us by name, just so you know. And
I don't believe I called you by name at all, Mr. Commissioner.
Well, this is the first time I'm hearing Mr. Commissioner, but I'm not going to make a big deal about that. I'm just going to let you know. Thank you.
I certainly apologize if you believe I showed any lack of respect.
It wasn't
sir.
just to me, it was everybody.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Eisner, anything else?
No, I'm done. Thank you.
Commissioner Kuyas.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. McLaren, currently Morgan Group has not obtained the Swift Mud or Army Corps of Engineers permit for the project.
That's my understanding, is we're expecting those any day. Who knows when they will be issued. That's true, sir.
I appreciate the end-of-day response, but I mean, Mr. Armstrong is a board member of Swift Mud, is that correct?
Yes, he has no involvement in the analysis or issuance of permits.
And do you think, and I'm asking you, sir, do you think Mr. Armstrong being on the board, the Swift Mud board, and also representing Morgan Group gives an advantage or some type of leverage to receive the permits?
No, I do not.
And Mr. Armstrong is on Swift Mud, but yet you guys talk about not knowing the length of being able to receive the permit process. I mean, it's pretty vague. Is there any help you can give me on when you guys think that you'll receive the Army Corps of Engineer permitting and the Swift Mud permitting?
My understanding, Commissioner Coolius, is that I believe that the Army Corps of Engineer permit is dependent upon the Swift Mud permit. So the Swift Mud permit would come first, as I understand it. You know, the Swift Mud permit is, the application is complete, you know, so we don't know when it's going to be issued. It's a government permit, right? So in truth, we don't know. It could be any day. It could be a month, you know. Based on experience with getting Swift Mud permits, we would hope that it would come soon. But other than that, you know, I can't tell you.
Okay, so technically, if this board granted a stay in motion and the whole case was resolved in 10 months, but you had received your Swift Mud and Army Corps of Engineer permits 6 months, there'd pretty much be about a 4-month gap of which we actually stopped your development.
Honestly, I'm not as knowledgeable as I'd like to be regarding what we can do in terms of development and what permits we can obtain without the Swift Mud permit. So I don't know if other aspects of the development could proceed without that permit or not.
Okay, but the permit's already been submitted, you guys are just waiting right now to potentially get the approval or not, correct?
That's right. The application, yes, sir.
If this board does grant the stay in motion, what will Morgan Group's recourse be? Because there are several options, correct?
What recourse would we have?
Yes.
We would have to consider our options on challenging the motion.
And through the appeals process back with the circuit court?
That's correct, sir.
So if there is a stay in motion, this may go back to the same 3-panel judge in an appeal?
That's an option, yes.
Okay, and on page 10 of the backup material from your guys' response, there's, in the middle of the paragraph, it says that there is not one legal authority or reported case decision that has ever found that a stay was proper under this rule to prevent a permittee or successful applicant owner from executing an on-land development permit or approval. Is that something you stand by 100%? You've never found a case regarding that?
Never found one. This truly is unprecedented under that rule on a land development permit. The only case we were able to find that even referenced a motion to stay based on a local government permit issued by a local government was this Taxi USA of Palm Beach case. We attached those rulings, the order denying the motion from Judge Haffley down in West Palm Beach.
Okay. And you also stated that, page 13, you also brought up Exhibit F, that was the 3-judge panel of the circuit court who issued a ruling in the case.
Yes, sir.
And they did grant the case without prejudice.
That's right.
Would you argue that the estoppel phrase mentions not being able to bring in the same information again? Doesn't that sort of contradict itself with the without prejudice?
Well, the estoppel argument was in regard to this tribunal and the fact that this tribunal already ruled on this issue in December.
Okay.
So the issues haven't changed. We think that concerned citizens arguments are collaterally estopped, which is a complex legal word, which means you don't get a do-over, basically.
Okay.
So.
So, and on page 29 of your response, you state, concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs improperly invites this commission to violate Morgan's constitutional and statutorily protected property rights. Can you explain that a little bit in layman's terms regarding the property rights that's being violated and your equitable ownership towards the contingency of the sale?
Yes, sir. So, as of right now, we have a right to pursue permits and, development to the extent we can under our contractual relationship with Walmart. The stay, we have a constitutionally protected right. Because this stay is truly unprecedented, if it's granted, we're being treated differently than any other rezoning applicant that's had an application approved in the city of Tarpon Springs. No other applicant that I'm aware of has ever had to deal with this stay. That means we're being singled out and treated differently. When you're being singled out and treated differently, and there's no legitimate basis. In other words, there's no reason for treating us differently than the other applicants, then that constitutes an equal protection violation, which would give rise to an action under 42 U.S.C. Section 1983, which is the Civil Rights Act, the Federal Civil Rights Act. So and then also the procedural due process issues, the unusual process here, the fact that we're being singled out there. So you can see where I cite the City National case. That's the case that I talked about earlier, where the city of Tampa had to pay damages, et cetera. So again, that's what Concerned Citizens is doing. Concerned Citizens has no stake in the property. They've got no legitimate fight here. They've got no standing to raise the issue. They don't have a stake in the outcome, yet they're asking the city to take a risk. And it is a risk. It's not a certainty. Commissioner Eisner is correct. We don't know what will happen in the future. But it's possible that something could prevent us from developing the property during the stay, and we would, if we believe the stay was the reason for it, then, we're talking a lot of money. No matter what happens, though, if the stay is granted, we are going to be delayed in our ability to earn the income and monetize, this investment that we're making in your city. And so there will be some delay damages if the stay is granted, no matter what. So that's what we're saying.
Okay, and on page 32, under section 6, you claim this is a tactic that the concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs are trying to induce through the court.
Well, we feel like that what's happening here is Concerned Citizens is just continuing to try to delay our right to develop the property in hopes that something will happen, a market collapse, something that results in our inability to develop the project. I mean, you've heard from their representatives, they don't want the project. So this is another step in their strategy to prevent us from developing the property. They feel like the more they can put it off, the more likely it is that will be unable to develop, and they want the city to assume the risk of that happening.
Okay, so there's no, it said, you know, permits within a specific time frame. I'm assuming the time frame you're referring to could be some disaster or change in the market that may affect your ability to develop the property?
No, the time frame would be the normal time frame that we would be able to get the permits and move forward with our development. And we know, you know, I can state in my place after 22 years of practice in Florida that if this, you know, the delay is when concerned citizens appeals, assuming we win at the trial court level, which I believe we will at circuit court, if concerned citizens then appeals to the Second District Court of Appeal, that's going to take at least 18 to 24 months. So we believe that that delay will be at least 18 months. The delay in our ability to get a return on our investment will be at least 18 months, and so we're going to be damaged that amount, we believe, if the stay is granted.
Okay. And we've discussed the equitable owner. Regarding the bond, you said if the stay was granted, that the minimum amount required should be the $2.8 million. And so you're saying those would be your assumed damages leading up to 18 months?
Right. We believe that, you know, what concerned citizens is asking is for a stay for the entirety of the adjudication of these issues. And so if there is a ruling in our favor, which we hope and believe there will be, then if concerned citizens appeals that to the second DCA, which we believe they will given their strategy of delay, that at a minimum it's going to take 18 months for us to get a ruling out of the second DCA. And that's just based upon, you know, I've had probably, in my experience, you know, probably 40 or so appeals to the second district, and you know that's just based on my experience. It takes a long time to get a ruling.
Have you ever represented any firms in the state of Florida for lawsuits regarding land use deals towards municipalities and won?
Yes, I've won several. One of which is the City National case, which is in your papers there.
Can you disclose the settlement amount?
$3.75 million.
Okay. There's no other companies you've represented in other municipalities in which you did win a settlement?
Oh yeah,
in Florida?
Several. I'd like to say I won them, but they were settlements, and I've obtained probably 4 in the last couple of years. Hillsborough County, in settling a rezoning case against my client, paid $38 million to acquire the property instead of rezoning it for single family. There's been 3 or 4 in the last 18, well, probably 4 in the last 18 months for sure that I've settled against the city of Tampa, where there was no monetary amount exchanged, but the city did agree to rezone the property in lieu of paying damages.
Okay, and I'm going to go to the last 2 pages of your reply.
Yes, sir.
Which it's page 258. I see your forecasted profits, but those numbers are very blurry to me. They may have been scanned in and they just weren't readable. But could you go over those numbers?
Absolutely. If I could have a moment. So I apologize if this was blurry. It was an important page, obviously. So the cost basis would be the development costs of $93,900,000. $956,968.
I'd like to object. I think that it's improper to be going into the details of the bond while we're still.
Ms. Graham, I'm not sure I can understand what you're doing without the microphone, but if Mr. McLaren wishes to relinquish the microphone, you may. If he doesn't, then go ahead, Ms. Graham. Thank
I
you.
would just like to object to the conversation getting into the details of the bond right now, because in the procedure that was set for a discussion after there's a vote on the stay.
Okay. Your objection's noted.
The last page of your overall documents lists other comparable properties that you guys haven't built, but they're just comparable properties to what you plan to do over at the property over there?
Right, and so those properties were identified as market comparables, kind of a comparable sales type analysis. And so, you know, if you look at our page that we were talking about, where we have a $93.9 million development cost, and then we had a forecasted profit based on a margin calculation. The forecasted profit was $44.8 million. So when you add those together, let's see, it came to about $140 million, and then you divide that by 404 units, and you get a per unit valuation, right? And that's how apartment complexes are typically traded. And so what the analysis was, there was, and we'll get into this with the client here, if we get to the bond, but basically it was just to do a check to make sure that was within reason, that number on a per door or per unit basis was comparable to other values in the area, and it was.
Okay.
I apologize, but I just want to move to exclude, I'm sorry, the Exhibit I, the chart that he's mentioning right now. I don't want to waive this objection.
No, I know, Ms. Graham. The only thing I see is that it isn't the backup of the response, and we haven't gotten into the other phase. That's the only thing. I think a commissioner's asking for clarification right now, and I don't have an issue with that. And I don't think anything's going to change between now and if the commission ruled to on the motion to stay in the affirmative, that we would move into the bond discussion. Would be anything different there. I understand, and the hour is getting late. Thank you.
And final question. If the city did grant a motion to stay, but did set the bond close to the amount that you were asking for, do you believe the city was acting in good faith with due process and your equitable rights?
Well, honestly, I don't think that Concerned Citizens has met its burden to prove the elements for a stay. So I'd have to say no. I think Concerned Citizens doesn't have the necessary evidence to get a stay, no matter what the amount of the bond would be.
Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank you.
Commissioner Eisner, I want to ask my questions first,
Yes,
and then I'll.
thank you, Mayor. On page
All right,
32.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, what?
No, please. I'll wait. Go ahead.
Going to speak? I'm okay.
Coming out of the gate. Go ahead and ask your question.
You had here on page 32 that Concerned Citizens' purpose in seeking to stay is a backdoor attempt to overturn the commission approval of the development orders. And Commissioner Paniotis asked the question. I did want to share with you, he wasn't called commissioner, he was called sir. That's all I want to share. And you quoted me as Mr. Eisner after we spoke again. But my question to you is not that. That was just my observation. My question to you is, how many cases have you seen where a planning and zoning board votes 6-1 to deny something and a board votes 3-1 to approve it? Even though I heard you earlier state, I believe that it was 4-1 that you quoted, but it was really a 3-1 vote. So my question to you is, don't you find that a little bit odd, even though I'm not trying to talk about it, but you made the statement that this was a rare case. Was this not a rare case?
Was what a rare case, Commissioner Eisner?
Thank you. The case where 6-1 in a planning and zoning office to deny, recommends a denial, and a commission approves it with a 3-1 vote.
I think that, in my experience, all kinds of things happen, all kinds of votes occur. So, do I see that every day? I don't honestly remember the numbers of votes for and against at junior level boards as compared to the actual governing body. So is there a substantial difference in the number of votes in favor and against between the Planning and Zoning Board and the City Commission? The answer is certainly yes. Is that commonplace? I see it happen, and I see it happen, in front of, on both sides, approvals and denials, in jurisdictions that have zoning hearing masters, for example. I see, sometimes a 5 or 6 person planning commission will recommend approval unanimously, and a county commission or city council will deny unanimously. So it's really hard to say. It just, all kinds of stuff happens. I mean, a lot of times there's politics involved, and that can end up with some crazy results. So I couldn't tell you one way or another whether it's commonplace or unusual. It seems to me that it was, certainly a substantial change. I do believe that planning and zoning, and maybe previously reviewed this same thing, and they voted much more in line with the City Commission. So it's hard to tell. Long story. Sorry, Commissioner.
Right, that's okay. But they voted 6-1 in favor when there was different evidence, and the evidence changed, so that's why they went the other way. But it didn't seem that the commission did. So all I'm trying to explain to you is that you've written something here that they're looking for a backdoor attempt to overturn this. I really don't see that. I see more of a more fair determination. I don't believe they think they got a fair determination, not a backdoor deal. There's a difference.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Eisner.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Carr, you've got your light on. No, go ahead.
Okay. So I just want to clarify something real quick. You mentioned the appeal process. I'm not too familiar with the whole process of how long appeals take. You said it could take up to 18 months. And if my memory serves correctly, my understanding is that the applicant, who's your client, applied for an extension of the site plan, I think it is. I don't know if this is our city attorney's question or staff question. I know we don't have anyone from the planning department here. But what happens if the appeal lasts longer than the site plan's approval? Do they have to go back through the whole process again?
So what you're talking about, it wasn't actually a request. It was an acknowledgement. There was a state of emergency declared by the governor. The governor issued an executive order. That executive order told all development orders for, in this particular case, 60 days. In reliance upon the statute relative to tolling an emergency or executive orders issued by the governor, you're not only allowed to collect or use the emergency time frame or the tolling of 60 days, but you're allowed to, or the developer is allowed to add 180 days to it. So in this particular case, they didn't ask for an extension. They took their right under the statute to acquire an additional 240 days. And I would likely say that if there was another state of emergency in Pinellas County for hurricane, or something else that could possibly happen, they would have that right under state statute to request that extension as well. And I would assume that they would do that. but they're not requesting it. They're legally entitled to it.
Okay. So what happens if the appeal, what happens if the judge didn't make a determination and the site plan expired, I guess, without an extension under their right?
So I don't know the answer to that question, other than I would say to you that there would be a request more than likely to extend it. The building official has certain rights under the Florida Building Code to extend certain permits. I would think that he would have the ability to do that based upon an understanding that basically that the, in this particular case, the developer was in a position where he could not or they could not move forward. And so I would think that the building official would do the right thing and allow for a tolling during that period of time. I have not talked to the building official about that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Mr. McLaren, again, so the appeal process, it was heard, then it went back. You think it could be taking up to 18 months to get an answer back now, is that right?
Well, here's the situation we're in. The case has been fully briefed before the circuit court, right? There's a 3-judge panel, so they've got to issue their decision. Then it's my understanding that concerned citizens will appeal that ruling. That appeal alone will take at least 18 to 24 months, is my experience, 18 to 24. So it depends on how long it takes the circuit court to rule, and assuming they rule in our favor, which we believe they will, then concerned citizens can take that to the second district court of appeal, which we believe that appeal alone will take 18 to 24 months. So we think 18 months is a conservative measure of how long the stay would last if it were granted for the full extent of the time necessary to fully adjudicate and get a final non-appealable order on the issues.
So I just want to understand, so the stay, and maybe I'm missing part of the stay request also, is my understanding that the stay request tonight by the concerned citizens is to cover all appeals, or would it just be the circuit court appeal that's currently in place today?
I do not know. What it says is, I believe it says until the issues are resolved, which it would be my understanding is, all appeals. But I mean, it doesn't really say, but the way it's written, I would assume it's all appeals.
Okay. Can they appeal to the Supreme Court of Florida, technically?
It's a little bit different on the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court would have to accept jurisdiction. In other words, they're not automatically entitled to go to the Supreme Court, but they could apply for certiorari jurisdiction to the Supreme Court, and then we would be stuck waiting on that ruling as well.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
You could go now, man.
You said several things that are somewhat intriguing, and I've got some questions, but let me ask you, Mr. McLaren. So hypothetically, the commission moves ahead with a stay, and then it's appealed, and the circuit court confirms and keeps the motion to stay in place, which means that the city was correct in that. And I understand what you're saying, that what the criteria are, at least what you're saying the criteria are, and I'm going to get into that in a little while. But so basically you're saying if the circuit court or the appellate approves it, then basically the city is still liable for whatever the city did as far as putting the stay in place. Is that correct? Even though the circuit court acted on it as well?
The circuit court, when they review a motion for stay, can decide preliminarily whether or not concerned citizens has met the standard. But that would not necessarily resolve the issue as to whether or not the city could be liable.
Not necessarily?
Correct.
Okay, that's all I needed to hear. And we've also been talking about permits left and right. I know the Army Corps permit was mentioned. Can you confirm to me tonight that the Army Corps permit has been in fact applied for?
Sorry. Mayor Vaticiotis, it took me a minute. We have applied for the Army Corps permit.
Okay. There's, there's about 10 conditions of the development order that have to be satisfied. They're related to a variety of things which are related to the state permits. So what you're saying, and I'm not sure, and I'm going to ask you this, I'm going to ask Mr. Dagnall this as well. You're saying that there's two points that I want to make out of this. This Florida statute says that the city can't hold up any permits from the city, even though you don't hold some of the permits in that the state requires. Is that correct?
Right. If there's no basis, in other words, if the state permit is not a precondition to a city permit, then it would be improper for the city, absent a stay, to hold up that permit, assuming we meet all other conditions thereof.
Okay, but there's a variety of, I would say, permits or related issues that are required to be satisfied and submitted to the city before any kind of a development permit is issued. Do you agree with that?
I'm not a permitting expert either, but I understand there are some requirements that we have to meet in order to
You're not arguing that point?
Get the permit. No, sir, I'm not
Okay.
arguing that.
All righty. So let me go back to the questions. On page 2, on one of the factors that you claim must be present to bar collateral estoppel is that there must have been a full and fair opportunity to litigate. Is that correct? That's in your...
That is absolutely correct.
Would you consider a process, and I think you're referring to the first motion to stay?
That's correct.
All right. Would you say commissioners not being able to ask questions is part of that full and fair process?
I think both parties were subject to the same process and had the same requirements to present to the commission, so in my mind it was a fair process, yes, sir.
You mean the commission was not able to ask questions at that hearing?
Of either party. So both parties had the same burdens, and the commission apparently in deciding the procedures for that hearing decided that they weren't going to ask questions, and so both parties were treated the same and they were treated fairly.
Well, if I was to tell you that the commission didn't approve the procedures, would that make a difference?
Both parties were treated fairly.
Okay.
Both parties were subject to the same rules of procedure, which is really the test of fairness. As long as you stick to your rules of procedure and don't vary from them just to favor one party, then I think they were treated fairly.
Okay. Okay. I think you answered the one concerning the motion to stay was proper for executing a land development agreement. Let me move on to number 3, page 25, about halfway down. You refer to the City Commission's standard operating procedure. Could you tell me what that means?
So at that time, the City Commission, it was made known to the parties months and months before we're talking about the rezoning hearing at this point, right? Is that correct, Mayor Vaticiotis?
Whatever you have in your page 25, I don't know of anything referred to anywhere concerning a standard operating procedure.
I apologize. Let me look at where we are in the brief so I can get my bearings, if I could have a minute, please, sir. Okay, so this argument is in opposition to Concerned Citizens' argument that they're going to win the case on a due process challenge. And that due process challenge in this section was based on the fact that their experts were not allowed to testify remotely. And I believe you probably recall that. But so again, what happened there was 5 weeks before the hearing, we were notified by the city that, hey, get your witnesses to the commission chambers because we're not allowing live testimony. That had been the way it was before COVID. There had been an interim period where I understand that remote testimony was allowed, but the information both parties received was, hey, we're in, at that time I think people thought COVID, might go away. And so the idea was, hey, we're going to go back to the old procedure, get your witnesses to the city commission. Both parties were allowed at least 5 weeks notice. And so Concerned Citizens wants to complain that, well, we knew we had to bring our witnesses, but we asked for a remote, for them to be able to appear remotely, and the commission said no. And my response to that is really, they're asking for special treatment. All due process requires is notice and a fair opportunity to be heard. We were bound. We had our witnesses present. They were here to answer questions. They were here for cross-examination. So what Concerned Citizens is asking for is not a full and fair opportunity. They're asking for a special opportunity. Due process does not require that. That was the point on that page.
Where does, it's not just fair, but fair and full. Where does the full come into the play in this?
Well, when you're informed 5 weeks beforehand that you better get your witnesses to the city commission chambers, my experience, you better get your witnesses to the city commission chambers.
Okay. And that's what you mean by standard operating procedure, just that kind of description of the situation.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Page 28, you cite that the appellate ruling petitioner has no legal interest which will be affected or special injury different than the Tarpon Springs community. You've said that a couple of times tonight, right?
Yes, Mayor.
Does that mean that the Tarpon Springs community may have an injury? And it's saying that the concerned citizens, if they are injured, they're not injured any more than the Tarpon Springs community?
What it means is, in order to sue on a rezoning like this, you have to have a special injury, different in part, different, excuse me, you have to have a special interest that's different in type or severity than the general community as a whole. And so what the court is saying here is, concerned citizens, you don't have any interest in the property. You're not going to be harmed any more than anyone else in the community, so you can't sue. Someone on the edge of town does not have to standing to sue on a rezoning in the middle of town. Only someone in the middle of town that meets the standards has a right to sue for a rezoning generally. And so that's what the court is saying here, is that there's no difference.
It's not related to the whether the applicant has made a strong showing that he's likely to prevail, or is that exactly it?
Well, if you don't have standing to sue, you can't prevail. So if you don't, and it also goes to the second prong of the test, which is that concerned citizens has no recognized harm. That's kind of what the court's saying here in its dismissal without prejudice.
Okay. On that note, the courts, you said that the court says that the concerned citizens don't have standing, but the mayor did say they did have standing. And so the mayor was wrong in this.
What the court said and I believe I read it earlier, so I don't want to read it again.
Yeah,
but
you
what-
don't have to read
What
it
the
again.
court said was that the mayor said, and what the court recognized is that the city initially said that concerned citizens was not an affected party.
The city said that?
The city said that, but allowed, out of an abundance of caution, concerned citizens to participate as if they were a party, just in order to protect the city. Here's on page 11, it says, "The city's legal position was consistent throughout the proceedings. Petitioner is not an affected party. Despite the city's decision in an abundance of caution to allow petitioner to participate as such."
Okay, well, here's what Mayor Alahousas said at the October 26, 2021 meeting at the time tick 1 hour, 20 minutes, 14 seconds into the meeting. "Well, I believe the concerned citizens group should be treated and allowed to be up there as an affected party. That is my take on that. They should be treated and be up there as an affected party. That is my take on that." That's a little different than what you just described.
I'll be glad to read from the opinion if you'd like me to. It goes through all of that and explains everything.
That's
on
okay.
pages 9, 10, and 11. It says that, it goes through what the mayor said, what Attorney Trask said, goes through the whole thing. And it says on page 9, "The record reflects that the city determined petitioner was not, in all caps, an affected party and repeatedly said so."
Well, do you know who in the city establishes who's an affected party during a quasi-judicial process?
Well, in this case, nobody did, because what happened was the city didn't think they were an affected party, but out of an abundance of caution, just to make sure that they were provided all procedural due process, they were allowed to participate as if they were an affected party.
Okay. Let me ask you something else. In the motion to stay pending appeal, I got the one that says where the stay applicant has made a strong showing that he's likely to succeed the merits, and whether the applicant will be irreparably injured absent a stay. But there's two other criteria that I haven't heard this evening, and in fact, the city attorney in the first motion basically said that the concerned citizens failed to show that it will suffer harm of any kind if the motion for stay of pending appeal is not granted, or that a stay would be in the public interest. I haven't heard any discussion tonight about public interest. You haven't brought it up. I know that the concerned citizens, is that something that, in your opinion, would be incumbent on the commission to consider? It's basically, those were the first two. Then the second one was whether issuance of the stay will be substantially injure the other parties, or number 4, where the public interest lies. And then there's a whole slew of, ways of looking at sliding scales and all this other stuff. But I'm just trying to get an idea of why, whose responsibility is it to look at the public interest? I mean, I haven't heard it from either you or concerned citizens.
Because it's not part of the criteria.
It's not part of the criteria.
As said in Ms. Graham's letter to the commission accompanying the June 6th motion, and also in the motion, Sunbeam Television Corp. versus Clear Channel Metroplex, 117 Southern 3rd 772. I'm quoting her paper. "To prevail on a motion for stay on appeal, a party must establish, number 1, a likelihood of success on the merits, and number 2, a likelihood of harm absent the entry of the stay, and the harm has to be to the applicant."
So those two are not referred to in that case?
Those.
Or is that coming from the appellate in concerning this case?
the law is consistent, as I understand it, that those are the two elements, that the party must prove that it has a likelihood of success on the merits, and number two, that it will suffer harm absent entry of the stay.
Okay.
Those are the only two criteria.
All right. That's it. Thank you, Mr. McLaren.
Thank you, sir.
No lights are on, so I think we're done with that. Should we take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 10:47? And I had completed myself, and let's see where we are. Can you help me out, Mr. Travis?
Yeah, so all your questions have been asked. All the public has had the opportunity to speak. You're now at number 5. The board will consider a motion to grant the stay. The motion will be made in the affirmative as required by the board's normal rules and voted up or down.
Okay. So, and then after, if there is a motion, after the motion, the second will have additional discussion at that time. So do we have a motion to grant the stay?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll make a motion to grant to stay.
Is there a second? Okay,
All right, discussion. Yeah.
all righty. Vice Mayor Lunt. Do you have any comments, Vice Mayor Lunt?
Do you want to wait till everybody's present, or?
Everyone is present.
Yes, everybody's present.
If you have questions for him.
Let me ask you first, before we do anything, does anyone have any questions for Mr.
Daniel.
Dagnall, our city attorney?
Sure, I'll ask a question.
You do?
Yes.
Mr. Clark? Can we?
You're in control of the meeting, Mayor.
I'm in
So-
control.
Yes.
So, Commissioner Carr, Mr. Dagnall,
Yeah. Mayor, do you want to extend the meeting at all?
pardon me?
Do you want to go ahead and extend the meeting right now?
Yeah, that's a good idea. Our meetings normally adjourn at 11 o'clock, and as we approach that, everybody gets a little nervous. So let's extend, if I may have a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Motion to extend the meeting till 11:30.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Commissioner Carr?
Yeah, thank you. City Attorney Dano, I believe you've made an opinion or opined, I don't know what the correct word verbiage is, on which route the city can go in this situation after you heard the, you call this testimony. Do you feel comfortable making a recommendation which way the board should go or not?
Commissioner, I actually explicitly determined and did not make a recommendation in the memo that I wrote you. You have wide discretion in this matter, according to all of the law, and I think that both attorneys on the sides would tell you that you have wide discretion to do that. It's really just a matter of what your findings are.
Okay, thank you.
I have opinions I'm happy to share if you have questions about them specifically, but I don't have a specific recommendation as to how you should proceed here.
Well, okay, then the high likelihood of the decision being overturned, do you feel that's a high likelihood?
No.
Okay.
No.
Do you feel that there's damage different from the public at large to the citizens of Tarpon, or to the concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs?
I understand your question to go to the issue of standing at the appellate court.
Yes.
The appellate court made a determination that they had failed to establish standing at one time. They granted leave to amend. That's common. We see that a lot. Both attorneys, again, I think would tell you that. It is not dispositive, of course, as to another petition as to whether they're going to find standing or not. But to say that it's not persuasive, I think, is incorrect. It is persuasive, especially given the fact that probably that there are not substantially changed facts. I would be surprised, and I'll also temper that by saying courts sometimes surprise me, but I'd be surprised if the court finds concerned citizens to have standing on that petition.
Okay, and can you help me clarify this, or help me understand? So if the appeal, or if the stay is granted, and there's a second appeal to the Second District Court of Appeals, would the stay continue along with that appeal, or would it stop?
I appreciate that question. That requires clarification. Under the rule of appellate procedure that this is traveling under, that's 9.190, subsection 4 requires, and it uses commanding language of shall, the stay needs to remain in place until all appellate proceedings are concluded and a mandate issues. And a mandate is a document from an appellate court saying this case is over. It is amongst the lawyers, unlicensed and licensed both, that says you're done now.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't think you have the ability to put in a temporary stay, a 6-month stay, or a year stay. If you issue a stay, that stay is going to remain in place until all appellate proceedings have concluded via the issuance of a mandate. That's under subsection 4 of the rule.
Okay, so I just want to clarify it a little bit cleaner. So if the circuit court says they don't agree with the concerned citizens and they side with the Morgan Group, then they could appeal to the second district court at that point, correct? Within
Correct.
a certain amount of days by the statute?
Correct. 30
Okay.
days. It's called a second tier cert review.
Okay, thank you for clarifying this for me.
My pleasure.
Appreciate it.
I have a question for you, if none of the other commissioners do. I was going to ask Commissioner Kuyas.
Yes. Sorry, Mayor. Regarding our city's exposure to granting a stay in, can you describe the factors or risk and liability?
We've discussed at length here that you are very much in a unique posture here. So in terms of the exposure, you've heard, and I think you'll hear more when you discuss a bond and the amount of such bond, if that's the direction of the commission. I think the exposure as a raw value will be high. I think the chances of experiencing that loss will be low in this posture. And the reason for it, one of the commissioners, or the mayor may have mentioned it, is because in this posture, you all, as a board of commissioners, are essentially acting as a court. And so we don't see courts being sued for having, for delay damages, for having issued orders. Speculating here, but I'm speculating based on experience. No attorney in this room, I think, to my knowledge, has ever done anything like this, but I don't think that the board, sitting as the judge in this particular matter, as the lower tribunal charged with reviewing this motion for stay, is going to be exposed to damages. But as I led with, courts do things that sometimes I don't understand and we don't necessarily expect.
Okay, and regarding the bond, whatever amount, if granted the stay in, whatever amount that's decided by this board, the premium should be paid by concerned citizens of Tarpon Springs?
Yeah, that's
absolutely.
Yes, yes, not really a question.
And that limits the city's exposure?
I don't know if it's necessarily a matter of limiting the city's exposure, though it would. I think it's really a balancing of the equities, right? You're essentially commanding that the developer not develop the property, but at the same time recognizing that there is potential damages to them for having been delayed in that.
Do you think it'd be hard for organizations such as Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs to acquire a bond?
I don't know anything about Concerned Citizens of Tarpon Springs.
Okay.
Their financial situation.
I have no further questions, Mayor.
Mr. Dagnall, if you could, I just need to get some clarification. I know which way I'm kind of leaning in this matter, and there's a good reason for it. But you're going to be the fourth attorney I'm going to ask about the public interest in this matter. And I don't care what anybody says. There's these 4 criteria. I believe what Mr. McLaren says. There's only 2 here. Mr. Trask and I had a brief conversation, and I asked you about it, and I'm going to ask you about it publicly. What's the deal with all of that?
Yeah, and I'm going to give you an answer that deviates from the other attorneys that you've heard it from. I think that there are courts in this state, including at least a 5th DCA, and to my knowledge, a 3rd, that have applied a public interest test to a motion of this nature in an appellate capacity. And I also wish to add here that we're talking about criteria. So to me, when I hear criteria, the criteria might be A, B, and C. And in order to gain whatever it is you're seeking, you would need to achieve all of them. But that is not, in my view, the law of the stay of this, in this case. It's you can obtain the stay by meeting one of those tests, meaning substantial likelihood of success on the merits, or substantial harm to the movement, or the public interest, right? So I don't think I don't think the movement needs to meet all three. I think that if the movement meets one, I think those tests are and remain disjunctive.
Wow.
Yeah, I've noticed in most of the discussion, unless there's a substantial chance that the concerned citizens would win, that pretty much would solve granting a stay. If it doesn't, then again, it gets into a balancing act. And this is where they do use this word balance very frequently about balancing the rest of these to see how they fit together. In fairness to this commission, none of us are attorneys. I'm an engineer. None of us are attorneys, and we're expected to act as an appellate in this matter, the lower tribunal. There's no commissioner training on this, and yet we're relying on our own knowledge, and certainly whatever we have questions to the city attorney regarding this matter, and we have asked questions, but every question creates a new question, and certainly we're not law students. So, and I appreciate what you're saying with regard to as far as exposure goes, we are in a sense acting as an appellate capacity. Is that correct? Or
Yeah, I mean, this whole
tribunal as
proceeding
part of
at present is in an appellate capacity, and in my view, you all are essentially acting as a court would
Okay.
act.
Okay. All right. And then who in our quasi, you were city manager here before, I know that.
City attorney.
City attorney.
Yeah.
You want to be city manager? It's getting late. City attorney, you were here city attorney here before. During quasi-judicial proceedings, who decides whether a person's an affected party?
The board would decide, typically.
The board.
Each community does it differently, and you're going back a little bit on me, so I'm not entirely sure how your rules, I don't know how they're constructed now, and I don't have a good memory of how they were constructed then.
You're actually confirming everything that I'm suspecting about this process, and I don't know who it was, maybe Ms. Carter or somebody suggested maybe leave it up to a judge to make that decision, because I'm hearing all kinds of different opinions, even from attorneys on all sides, even attorneys on the same side, coming up with different opinions in this matter. So I think you guys earn your pay in this appellate process. So that's all the questions I have.
Appreciate it.
Any other questions?
Any questions I haven't
I'm sorry.
answered?
Vice Mayor Lunt, Commissioner Eisner.
Thank you. Is it unheard of for our commission to pick up a bond to cover us? Or are we covered by, the Florida League of Cities in the event of issue a suit?
Commissioner, I've never been in this situation before, so I couldn't say whether a bond is for you folks is appropriate or not. You have insurance policies. I don't know offhand what the coverage on those policies are. My guess is they are less than the damages that are likely to be claimed by the developer in this case. So whether a bond is appropriate for you folks or some kind of excess coverage, I think is really an administrative determination. And I can't. This is one of those situations here, and I think that both Mr. McLaren and Ms. Graham agree with me that we are very much in a unique situation. So I can't draw an experience to guide you that way, and I do apologize for that. But I've just never seen this before.
Okay.
Commissioner Carr, you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I just want some clarification, because I've been going off of like the two items, and the two items being and highly likelihood of a decision being overturned, but then you said or earlier as three separate, and then you brought in the interest of the community as a whole. So as that third one, can I
Yeah, the memo that I wrote you recently, as well as the one that I wrote you back in December, I indicated that those factors, rather than, I don't necessarily call them criteria, I call them factors, that they are disjunctive, in my opinion. I don't think that you need to meet all three as a movement.
Can you touch base one more time for the third item for me?
Which third item?
That's the interest as a community as a whole.
Yeah, I don't, you all have wide discretion, you have wide latitude here to evaluate public interest. If that is the desired foundation for your ruling here, you have wide latitude to determine what public interest means to you. It may mean an economic interest, either good or bad for the city. It may mean an environmental interest, either good or bad for the city. The public interest is obviously what you all are elected to foster and steward, but I don't have a lot of case law guidance for you on what that test means in the context of a motion for stay.
So if I understand correctly, public interest wouldn't be, I have all my neighbors telling me they don't like this project. Would that be public interest?
I think it could be.
And then, okay.
Whether a court is going to agree with me here again under these facts, I don't know.
Okay.
I would suggest parenthetically while we're on the topic that because there is large uncertainty regarding that particular test, you may not wish to ground your ruling in it.
Say that one more time.
Well, because I don't have a lot to offer you in terms of precedent and how the public interest test is applied in the context of a motion for stay, given that you have other things that you can consider, you may wish to use those as a basis for any ruling that you make one way or the other, rather than an untested and uncontoured public interest test.
Understood. So one other question, hypothetically speaking, let's say the stay was not granted, the permits were received, grubbing started, and the court, through appeals, decided that they favored and on the concerned citizen side. What happens in that case? Does a applicant and then does a Morgan Group have to come back through the approval process again?
It really depends on the court's ruling and its scope. It could mean, depending upon what the ruling holds, that they would need to tear everything down and go away. It might mean they need to stop where they are, get additional approvals, get additional review from this board or from other agencies, and move forward from that point. But the universe of things that could happen based upon how a court rules is very broad.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate it. No further questions.
Okay. Let's go to discussions. Back to discussions. Vice Mayor Carr.
I have
Yes.
a question for him. Have you had a chance to read the petitioner's memorandum of law and standing?
Yes.
You have not?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you have read it?
Yes.
Is it your opinion that that's valid arguments that are within this document?
I don't think that the petitioner will be able to establish standing in this case. The court's ruling back in March was very specific and very clear that there was going to be a high standard established for standing. And as you've heard from all the attorneys, standing is much different from an affected party. It opens the door. If I were to guess, and that's part of my job to do, I don't think that the petitioner will establish standing in the case.
All right. Thank you.
Mayor, one quick question.
Commissioner Kulyas.
Could the people's interests include the city's exposure or risk to a lawsuit?
It's a reasonable conclusion.
Thank
in my
you.
view.
Are we done with questions?
Yeah. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Dagnall. Let's go back to discussing. We have a motion and we have a second. So let's go back to commissioner discussion. Vice Mayor Lunt, anything? Vice Mayor Carr.
You know,
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Yeah, I'm a little quick tonight. Go ahead.
Sorry, you're so quick. I kind of am empathetic with the public standing, the idea that we're here and we've been elected to protect the public interest. I'm a little dismayed at the fact that nobody really seems to think, besides the petitioner, that their standing is going to be approved in this particular case. So obviously that means that it's not going to be approved. or their motion is going to be rejected. So I'm still, I'm inclined to make a statement on the public's behalf, because that's what I'm here for, and that's what I think I'm.
Okay, before we go to the next speaker, let me kind of just add a little more information. So if, again, we've made the motion and it's been seconded. If the motion is denied, we go home. If their motion is approved, then there is a second phase to the bond. And then also, there's also a final order that has to be written based on the discussion that we're having, what we've heard. This is a final order that obviously we're not going to do it. The city attorneys are going to do it. And then unlike last time, that'll be brought back to the commission for approval, which would include the bond amount as well. So I know there's a little bit of just an explanation in that regard. And what you're describing also has to be articulated in the final order as well, to make sure it's captured. If you vote in the affirmative, in other words, if you vote to approve a motion to stay, the thoughts that you're coming up with right now are going to have to be a little more succinct at that time. So let me go to Commissioner Carr. Did you have it?
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, I'll just be completely blunt. During the process of the whole hearings, as a citizen, I was not for apartment complexes and more density in our city. As a commissioner, I understand the rights and the due process and the things along those lines. So if you ask me as a citizen, I may say one thing, but then as a commissioner, I voted one way because I felt that they had the right to do that at that point. Tonight, if you were asking me the same thing, citizen versus commissioner, in the commissioner seat, I'm going with, I don't feel that the concerned citizens have proven the highly likelihood of a decision being overturned, and also that the damage isn't different from the public at large. So tonight, I'm not going to be able to support the stay for those reasons, and those are the reasons, the factors that were to be determined if the stay should be given or not. With that, I do understand the public's concern and the citizens' concern about this as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Carr. Commissioner Eisner.
My take on this is public interest is safety, and I don't see that we have safety in what I've spoken about earlier about school buses. I don't think the traffic safety study has been declared. I think it was a easier case when it was going through Jasmine, through Hayes. I don't know if they have, I'm not, like you said earlier, I'm not an attorney, but I think I have to give them a fair shot at declaring their case. I've not had any one person come up here other than the Morgan Group attorneys to say that there's nobody been up here to say that they're for it. And I do represent the city, and I will go along with this day.
Okay. Commissioner Kuyas.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few concerns. I'm worried about granting the stay in, but yet we don't even know what concerned citizens can produce regarding a bond. What we set, we're not sure if they can even pay a premium right now. I am worried about the exposure, but I also understand in the people's interest, which can be, as we heard from our attorney, can be multiple facets of the people's interest. So with that said, I'd be interested to see what will happen if we grant the stay in, but yet we find out concerned citizens has no money to put down for the bond. What happens then, city attorney?
Yes, please.
So if the motion is granted and there is a requirement for the bond and they haven't made it and they can't pay it, then the order on the motion to stay would fail. So Normally, there's a specific period of time. They will get a bond, it'll be in this dollar amount, it'll be done by this date. If they don't do it by that date or in that dollar amount, then they haven't met the contingencies of the order to stay, and therefore, the motion to stay would fail.
Okay.
Okay.
And my one concern is that three-judge panel that's gone up to the circuit court. If they feel like we're being usurpers, they're going to come and override us. So that is another safety and check and balance for Morgan Group and the three-judge panel of the circuit court. So, but I'm willing to listen to a stay, grant one, but curious to see what funds are going to be provided for this bond to limit the exposure for the city. So, thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Commissioner Kulyas' comment, the way these bonds work is that the person who seeks a bond puts a certain percentage down, the bond company pays or puts it in escrow, I guess, or guarantees the bond. And then if the lawsuit, or whatever you want to call it, the litigation or legal action fails, then the bond company pays the bond to the Morgan Group. Is that correct?
So it, partially, Mayor. So the way these bonds work is the bonds are normally based upon a percentage. So usually it's a 1% of the dollar amount of the actual exposure. So in this case, if it was a $2.8 million bond, my experience is they've been 1%, so it'd be $28,000 for the premium for that bond. Concerned citizens would pay that, and that bond would stay in place until the litigation has been completed. And then if there is a claim made, it would be against concerned citizen or the bond, whoever has the ability to pay it. But usually it's a 1% of the dollar amount of the value of the bond.
For the bond
for the premium.
Right, and then whoever, as far as the claim goes, the bond company assumes they pay it. Would they be able to go after the concerned citizens for that as well?
So normally what happens is if they have to pay out whatever dollar amount, let's just say a court gives $1 million judgment to the Morgan Group, then yes, the insurance company, bonding company would pay that $1 million, and they'd immediately turn around and sue concerned citizens to recover that $1 million. Okay. That's the way they would do it.
All right. Did you have anything else, Commissioner Kulyas? From my perspective, and I try and look at this in a very sober way, I agree with what all the comments have been said up here tonight. The one thing that's fundamental to me is the public interest, and I recognize that's not the whole game. I knew that when I was reading everything, and then you have to tie to that, what is the chance of the concerned citizens prevailing? And if it's 0%, then, I mean, it doesn't matter about the public interest. If it's some fraction greater than that, then you tie that to the other factors, which would be the public interest as well. And the public interest for me is twofold, really. One is the traffic safety, and I tried to, from my perspective, the argument was, well, the faster the Morgan Group breaks ground, the faster people begin to get hurt. And what I mean by that is that the bulldozers begin rolling, and there's 80,000 vehicles down US 19 a day, and there's rubberneckers, there's construction people coming on and off, some makeshift access based on some MOT, basically traffic control plan. And but there's going to be injuries to that, and I'm not convinced that that this is a safe thing. I've expressed that to a number of people. That's been my issue all along. So that's where I think the public interest. It's not just the concerned citizens, but it's also the 80,000 people a day that travel on that highway, US 19. Now, that's one aspect. And then the other part is the fact that there's a great deal of mistrust within the community as far as the residents go, and who they feel that has acted in their best interest. And I read an interesting article that just because there's a consensus or an ascension on a particular item doesn't mean that it was right. In other words, the three commissioners, the designation of the affected party was wrong. It was stated, it identified who the affected party is. Now the court said that's wrong. Well, is there some chance that one of the commissioners could have been wrong on the 3-to-1 vote as well? I mean, that's where I'm coming from. And it's not 3-to-1, it's not 3 commissioners, it's 1 vote that would have turned this, 2-2 vote would have denied this. So there's a great deal of mistrust right now. There was a huge outpouring, and quite frankly, when you've got 300 people coming to an auditorium, or at least in various ways or another, and you've got this many emails coming in, the very next day you better have an ordinance, whatever it is. It may not be Anclote Harbor, it may be some other issue that the residents show up and say something's not right, and you fix it with an ordinance. That's called the public interest. You live here, we work for you, we listen to you, and it's truly unfortunate how this whole project came about. I've known Mr. Armstrong for a long time. I guess that's Mr. Salome there. I've never had a chance to meet him. I know that at the very first hearing that this took place, there was an overture between the current concerned citizens and Mr. Salome to have a meeting to see if there was some room for negotiating and settling this thing. That meeting never happened. And then all of a sudden we're here talking about motions of stay. Everybody's at each other's throats. In my opinion, I think we could have done a better job with the traffic management, but we never got that opportunity because we're in a hurry. We're in a hurry to get this project done. First meeting was in July of 2017 here at the city. You heard the Morgan Group this evening say that the decision was made to build this project November 2018. Here we are, June of 2022, but we're in a hurry. We need to get this thing done. We need to get the permits done, the whole thing. And I can assure you the Army Corps permit was not submitted except with just in a very recent past, because the Army Corps doesn't show anything on their permit site that shows that anything has been applied for on that. So, if there was such a hurry, why wasn't that done earlier? So and I see this and the residents see this. So at this point, residents don't know who to believe. And I say this with all respect for attorneys, and I would hope that the respect would be reciprocal from an engineer. Attorneys, there's just a myriad of attorneys, the myriad of opinions coming from the attorneys on what's right, and that is the way the law is. It's not black and white. That's why you've got a court system. And it was said tonight by one of the residents here that let the courts decide that, and they will decide that. But in the meantime, and you hear these overtures saying that we're going to get our permits and we're going to break ground and we're going to start moving things, and if you grant this stay, you're not going to allow us to do that, and therefore somehow we're going to be damaged. And also there's a state law that we didn't even get into that I think it's with this process going on, if there's some improvements made to the land and the court finds in favor of the people objecting to it, then that land has to be put back in its original condition. Is that right, Mr. Trask?
There is a case that happened about 10 years ago where a developer moved forward at its own risk and built a condominium complex, and after it was built or substantially built, had to tear it down but that was at the developer's own risk. But yes, the answer is yes.
Right, yeah, so, Mr. McLaren says this thing's gonna take 20 to 18 months. I was told by our attorneys it wasn't gonna be that long. It's be maybe half that amount. So, as you can see, I'm not sure where we're heading all of this thing, but the one thing I do know that is a constant in all of this is I know what the residents want. And they want two things. If they would prefer not to have this project done, and number two, and that would be clearly in the public interest. I've got the safety thing, and then the third thing, of course, is if the judge decides that it was done properly by the city, then that's the end of the issue, and everybody needs to go home and enjoy Tarpon Springs for what it is. So I don't know what the lawsuit's going to take. We've got insurance and all this other stuff, but for me, I'm not 100% supportive of the motion to stay, but I feel strong enough about it to support the stay, just because I have to live here. I know what the residents want, and I just need to act on what the residents want. So anyway, we're getting close to 11:30.
Need a
Mr.
motion
Trask,
to extend the time.
to vote on it, this item. Okay. Any other comments? Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. Let's extend it for, because we've got some business to tend to, right, Mr. Trask? Okay, let's extend it for 15 minutes to 11:45. May I have a motion to that?
Motion to extend meeting to 11:45.
Seconded.
Okay, roll call, please.
Can I make a point? Our rules that you have will extend that well past 11:45.
No, well, if it does, it does, but let's talk about what we need to do, and then we'll decide what the time frame is. I've been talking to the city attorney on the side about this.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas?
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner?
Yes.
Commissioner Carr?
No.
Vice Mayor Lunt?
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius?
Yes. There's a couple of ways we can go. We can, there's another phase to this would be to determine the bond amount. That, in my opinion, is going to be a longer process, even though it took us this long to get here. There won't be the A and B part of this will just be one item. But I think it's going to be fairly extensive. And then on top of that, I can assure you I'm not ready to make a decision on a bond amount tonight, not without me studying the numbers and just studying the numbers. So we can either continue with this second phase as far as the bond, which would begin with, this time would be the Morgan Group getting up first, followed by Ms. Graham, and then there would be cross-examination by both parties, or we can defer this item to another commission meeting. And I'd have to work with the, we'd have to be a date certain, Mr. Trask.
It needs to be a date certain,
Yeah.
so everybody in the public knows and the lawyers know.
Well, we talked about 30 days, which would be July 26th, is that correct?
Yes, as you know, the 12th agenda is very, very heavy. You'd not
Okay.
be able to fit it on. In fact, I'm trying to take things off the 12th agenda
That's
because of
the
the
ho-
issue.
the
So
hotel.
the next regular meeting available would be the 26th of
Okay.
July.
Of July. Any thoughts?
Can we have a special regular session meeting just to hammer this out, or does that
We-
have to be with a regular session?
There would have to be a coordination among the attorneys, and I'm not sure how you would want to do that.
You're the ones in control of the date and time, so you can make that decision as to whether or not you want to hold a special meeting.
Just a reminder, when we were trying to find that early budget meeting I set, and we're kind of stuck with the July 5th date, it was because of the performance of Beauty and the Beast here in rehearsals, the other nights for the auditorium to try to get that date for there. So that's why it'd be difficult now, because that was the only date that we could set for the budget meeting was July 6th. And I know there's some issues with some people on that date, but there was just no other No, because obviously we have to be in this room. We can't go upstairs or can't do that because we have to be here for the crowds and everything. And because of that performance in here and everything, that was a problem on the dates the first 2.5, 3 weeks of July. That's an issue that I couldn't say now. I mean, we could look to see if we could bump something, but if we have to do a date, I couldn't give you a date certain to bump something right now.
July 26th not open?
That's our regular meeting. It would be on our regular meeting on the 26th.
Is that not a good time?
Yes, that's the date I proposed.
Happening again. Will the city still be issuing permits?
Move it to July 26th.
Mr. McLaren?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. Just need to understand the impact of tonight's ruling. You know, legally, we don't think it's appropriate for there to be a stay that's actually in effect until the commission also hears whether or not there should be a bond posted, and if so, what amount. Because, you know, to have a stay issued with no bond, so is it, I just want to understand and clarify, is the stay now in effect? So if we apply for permits, we can't get permits?
I think the stay is in effect until a final order is rendered. Is that correct?
That would be my recommendation to you, that when you deal with the bond issue, whether it's on July 26th or whatever, then you would enter an order one way or the other. The concern here obviously is that this motion was approved tonight and city staff feels hesitant to do anything on any of these permits because of the fact that you have granted the motion to stay. So that's the gap that they're worried about, what's going to happen in the next 30 days. My position is that they can do whatever they can do right now. When the order is entered on July 26th or whatever following that, that's when the order on the stay would actually take effect. That would be my recommendation to you.
Is that the day that the order goes into effect, or does it go into effect once the bond is secured?
No, the order would go into effect immediately, and it would be conditioned upon whatever the conditions are that you set. For example, the bond at this dollar amount within this number of days.
Okay.
So you'll have the written document.
Does that help, Mr. McLaren?
Yes, sir.
The stay
Thanks.
doesn't go into effect until we render our final order.
Thanks very much, Mayor. So my understanding is that if we are submitting for permits prior to the issuance of that order, the permits will be issued if we meet the criteria for the permits, correct?
If you satisfy the conditions of the development order so that a development permit would be issued. In other words, as we had discussed earlier, there's a number of conditions in order to obtain that development permit that have to be satisfied that was part of the development order approval.
Understood. Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Point of order. You're wanting to postpone consideration of the potential of a bond, and I just have to point out that in Morgan Group's response on page 10, where they quote Rule 9-19E3, it says a stay pending review may be conditioned on the posting of a good and sufficient bond, other conditions, or both. So to have you discussing a potential cost of a bond and us having to come back and relitigate and rehear, it costs us stuff, but you're not required. There's nothing in the ordinance or the rules that you have to post a bond. So what I would like to hear the board decide in the next 10 minutes, are you going to require a bond or not? And if you are, then we would come back and debate the merits of stuff. But according to even Mr. McLaren and Mr. Armstrong and their pleading, a stay pending review may be conditioned. Doesn't say must. In their deliberations, they keep saying shall and must. So I just want to point out to the board, you have the discretion to say no, there's no bond needed.
There's arguments, two sides to this as far as the may, and I think we need to hear all of that at a later date in appropriate format, in a calmer manner, and also in a little more I don't want to say, a more relaxed environment where we're not pressed for time at 11:36 at night. I don't like doing this like we did the 5 a.m. drill back in October, whenever it was, so.
Thank you.
I'm not sure if that clarifies everything for everyone, so.
My suggestion is the motion to continuance on the matter until July 26th regular commission meeting.
Is there an opportunity for changing that at the July 12th meeting if we?
Yes, there's always opportunity to do that, and we would just need to make sure that they have sufficient enough time. They should be prepared tonight to do it, so.
Oh, I understand
I would
that,
think that
yeah.
they would have sufficient enough time to be prepared for that hearing.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Mayor, can I make a motion to continue this discussion till July 26th?
Regular commission meeting?
Commission meeting?
Right. Is there a second to that? We're deferring this item until, unless y'all want to hear it tonight. I mean, Commissioner Coulier, you're.
I think we should.
I think we needed to hear it sooner than later. I think that July 26th is too far out. And I know the schedule's tight, it's summertime, but
So the other thing we could do is, on just setting the date, I don't know, obviously we have the work session on the budget that we had set up for 7 o'clock on the 5th.
July 5th.
If I could find another date in that time, I'm not sure there's another date during the week on that time to do. So we could set a different date from the 26th if there's one available ahead of time, or I can bump one. I can just bump one of the. I can see what the least of bumping one of the rehearsals here.
Why don't we do this? Well, let's go ahead and set it for July 5th, and then as we approach July 5th, if there's another date, we can actually convene the meeting that night, and with everybody's notifying them ahead of time that we'll be deferring this item to a later date.
I'm not available
I think
on July
right now,
5th.
as far as you can't do that.
Sure. I've got a
I
commission
think
meeting.
that there's a sense of urgency here. How do you feel about it?
I cannot be here on July 5th, so.
The 5th, you cannot.
Not unless you make it 7:30, 8 o'clock to start, so.
I think the 26th is too long of a time to let it
Okay.
wait.
I agree with that as well.
I'm for putting it into the July 12th meeting at latest.
Can't do it tomorrow. We need to notice the meeting, there's a notice requirement for the meetings. Let's go ahead and set it for July 5th. Oh, except that you can't be there until what time?
7:30.
The city attorney can't be here
I
either.
can't be there at all. I've got another commission meeting, so.
I think we were looking at the 12th.
Let me give me a fast second to look at those dates. I'll just tell you which date I'm gonna bump the rehearsal. I mean, that's just gonna solve, if you're looking at a time frame, like maybe the 11th or the 13th, is that a problem for July 11th, the Monday, the 11th, the Wednesday, the 13th?
I'm good with the 11th.
How about you, Tom? Either of those okay?
I gotta make sure another meeting isn't.
I got Beller Bluffs on Monday and Madeira Beach on Wednesday, so I'm gonna have to get someone to cover.
On the 11th?
So I can't meet either one of those weeks.
Mr. Trask can't be there
Mayor?
either one of those.
Be there at the 12th or the 26th, for sure. Those are on my calendar.
Just give me a second. I'm trying to think of the other board meetings, and I may be moving upstairs. I'm looking at the,
Do you want me to pull that up?
yeah, I'm looking maybe the 6th, and yours the 6th or the 7th. I'm just worried, if there's a rehearsal, I can bump the rehearsal. I'm just worried and if there's a board that I can move upstairs, I can move a board upstairs if those two dates are if those two dates are.
I'm not showing a board meeting, but I'm not sure, I don't have any performances or.
Well, I know I'm gonna have to
rehearsals.
bump one because they took all the rehearsals on the nights there wasn't meetings, and so I'll just advise,
Bump.
Beauty and the Beast, we'll just have one less rehearsal.
What day?
The 6th or the 7th.
Mr. Trask is available, that's important. I'm available either night. What about the rest of the commission? Mr. Kulyas, Commissioner Kulyas?
On July
The 6th or 7th?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Either.
Either's okay,
Good for
so
either.
pick a date, 6th or 7th?
Oh, do you want a date in between the 5th and, either one's fine with me.
6th then,
Okay.
okay.
pick the
July 6th. Mr. McLaren? Ms. Graham? July 6th.
At what time? At 6:30?
6:30, yes.
Mayor, can I make a motion to continue the meeting to July 6th at 6:30?
Yes, you may. Is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes.
You got 3 minutes.
Oh, I forgot, we're still in a meeting. All right, let's see, was that the last agenda item? That was the last agenda item.
Wait, Mayor, I think Morgan Group has something to say.
Mr. Armstrong, you had something to say?
Can I do a quick point of order?
Unusual,
We would like a
6:30.
witness list for July 6th because we should be put on notice of who will have to cross-examine.
That's not a point of order, that's a request. And so, Mayor, that's up to you if you want to require a witness list. There was nothing that required that before. So if they want to work amongst themselves as to what their witnesses are going to be.
That's the way, I'd just leave it amongst yourselves to work it out. I know you two can be friendly at times, so, thank you, Mr. Trask. I'm going to go ahead and defer, unless somebody's got some,
Can I ask one quick question?
yes, Mr.
So
Armstrong.
the decision of the commission was the 6th of July at 6:30 PM, is that right?
Yes, sir, right,
Thank you.
yeah. We've got 2 minutes, 1 minute left. Unless someone's got something important to say, we're going to adjourn.
Did we vote on that, or was that?
Meeting adjourned,
You don't need to vote on that. You don't?
except Commissioner Kulyas, you had
We
something.
voted on that, right?
Wait
a second.
Did we vote on?
6:30? I thought we did.
Do we
Deferring
have
it
to
to
vote
the-
on the 6th?
Do we have to, is the
I
question?
think we did.
Okay, we need to vote on this. Don't go anywhere.
Call to
We
order.
reconvene the meeting. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Kulyas,
Yes.
Commissioner Eisner,
Yes.
Commissioner Carr,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Lunt,
Yes.
Mayor Vaticius.
Yes.
All right,
We may have voted twice.
Meeting adjourned.
It's late.
It doesn't matter. Two's okay.
Never have another meeting like this. Never, ever.